Changes around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Hello, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, friends. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, I hope you all did your homework last night. I know P. Lola did not. You guys. Wow. This is going to be a wild ride. And this trigger warning banner will be running constantly. Oh my God. Hello and good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I was so amped up that I came into the chat while I was waiting on the stream to start. And started dropping all the eyeballs. All the, eyeballs into the chat. This is going to be wild. Good morning, P. Lola. If you're still here, ma'am. She was making bagel egg sandwiches. Sounds delicious. Donnie popped in. Donnie was going to grab me one from Einstein Bagels. Oh my gosh. Just a quick side note. Kathy over at Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendos has a massive rose petal murder playlist that she has been putting together for the last year. You might want to go check that out. The link to that playlist is in the description. It is also in the chat I posted earlier. This is crazy. I can't get over it. It's like a real life made for TV drama series. Man. Okay. Hey, Courtney. Hello, ma'am. I looked at the website you sent me yesterday, and man, that fits news. They're on top of all things Rose Petal murder as well. Lots of great information there in that website that Courtney shared with us yesterday from Fitz News. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you, ma'am. P. Lola, I know, right? I've been listening to that one off and on, too. The sweet baby Evelyn. Megan Boswell. Whew, man. That's a rough one. Ween Baby said, I had homework. Well, probably not you so much because you did come in with a lot of information yesterday, too. Ween Baby, just got to say thank you for that. I finally pinned down who the key players are and where they are in all this mess. Donnie said I got an F. No worries. P. Lola said, you called me out, LOL. I was flipping eggs and potatoes and heard P. Lola didn't do her homework. Hey, Miss King, good morning. You also read it? It's wild, huh? Wild. Wild. Hold on, my child is moving around. She got up for school and then afterwards she conked straight back out. She was up a little later than she normally is, so she took her a little morning napsy. Good morning, Gail. Good morning. Good morning. Where are you going, kiddo? Oh, you got your doggy ears? Yeah. She's got a little headband that's black and white like Dalmatian. Hey, Brenda. Hello. She says I gotta say I also receive an F. No worries. No worries. And yes, P. Lola, I'll give a quick down and dirty. Okay? So it's kind of like, where do you even start? Right? So the woman that was murdered, the reason they call it the Rose Petal murder is because when her boyfriend found her boyfriend's name is Brad Post. Her name is Christina Parcell. When her boyfriend, Bradley Post, found her because she wouldn't answer her phone, he went to the house and found her dead in her living room floor, not bludgeoned, like she was stabbed 31 times about the face and neck. But she was surrounded with red rose petals. Okay? Thus the rose petal murder. So the boyfriend calls 911. Long story short, she shares a daughter with another man named John Mello, I think, whom she was, I believe, married to at one point. And the Mello character, which when you see him, he's got long gray hair, kind of bald on top. He and her argued and fought over custody of their daughter. And at the time that Christina Parcell was murdered, her daughter was about 10 years old, I think. Hey, Michelle. And the Mellow dude was ruled out as a suspect because he was not even in the country at the time that she was murdered. And her boyfriend was allegedly ruled out because there was, I guess, like surveillance. I know, Pedialites, right, Michelle? um, the Mellow, or not the Mellow, her boyfriend Bradley Post at the time was ruled out as a suspect because he was on surveillance video somewhere else, allegedly. Now, so they're like, okay, if these two characters are not suspects, if they've been ruled out, then what are we going to do from here? The daughter was, I believe, I don't know where she was at the time, P. Lola. I can't remember if she, I think, I don't know where she was at for sure. She wasn't at home. I don't know if she was with, other family or where, but anyway, hold on, let me get my brain wrapped around it again. This is a massive, very crazy story. So they didn't have any suspects, I guess. They started looking at surveillance, like Ring doorbell footage from the neighborhood and those cameras that catch like license plate information, that kind of thing. And they spot this truck that has a bicycle in the back of the truck. And they also spot a young person with a mask and a hoodie and a like beanie cap on riding through the neighborhood on a bicycle. And all of these things lead back to this, the truck and the bicycle lead back to this guy that's on trial for her murder. And his name is Zachary Hughes. And they're like, okay, well, how is Zachary Hughes connected to this woman? This Parcell woman. Come to find out, he's really, really, really good friends with her ex-husband, the Mellow guy that shares custody with the kid. And then we find out that the Zachary Hughes character, the friend. Oh, you're a cute little puppy baby girl. She got her cute little doggy headband on. They took DNA out from underneath Christina Parcell's fingernails, and none other than Zachary Hughes, the dude that's on trial. So, allegedly, it has been alleged that he did this for his friend, the Mellow guy, because the Mellow guy wanted her out of the picture because he felt like, and had been going to the cops forever and ever and ever, amen, over the fact that he didn't want the wife, the victim here in this case, Christina Parcell, to have custody of said daughter because there was SA going on. Now, it has been alleged that this victim, Christina Parcell, participated in SA of her daughter along with her boyfriend and some of her daughter's friends. Now, an animal. Yes, Michelle. So Kathy over at Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, instead of calling them P-files, she calls them Pedialites. But there was animal Pedialite going on too. And this daggone victim worked at a vet's office. And that's the pretty little picture of her that is on the thumbnails of the pretty little blonde, I do not condone victim blaming whatsoever. I don't condone it, okay? But read my face when I say that I don't want to victim blame a victim for the murder. Like, I feel bad that she was murdered. This situation is a bit different. Because it's not what it appears. You know what I mean? It's not what it appears. So, hi Sherilyn. Hello. Hello, and welcome. So, okay, P. Lola says, okay, I so remember how bad this case was. Okay, now you know. Michelle says, this victim got what was coming to her, in my opinion. I mean, I'm like teetering on that fence of agreeing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like to do that. But if what they're saying about her is true, oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, commit, a crime, you get what your justice, just let justice be done for whatever. Man, insanity. Now, here's the thing. You guys, yesterday, if you missed it, you'll have to go back and watch it. But they had some pretrial motions yesterday about keeping the CSAM material or evidence about that out because it's not apparently relevant to the murder case. This dude that's on trial for murder, it has nothing to do with him. So, yes, Donnie. Yes. Hi, Henny. Hello, Henny. Right, Brenda? Pray and pray. Miss King says, but if she was doing what they say, then just because she died is not a good person. Wait, I misread that. Donnie, keep in mind, okay? Keep in mind, you guys, they're not going to I'm going to just spoiler alert this for you right now. The judge ruled on the motion this morning, and said that none of the Pedialyte, the animal stuff wasn't even talked about this morning, okay? But just know that the judge ruled that none of the Pedialyte information and evidence will be coming into this trial. Because he says under Rule 401, 402, 403, 409, I mean, we're going to keep it clean with the 409, I guess. But anyway, um, he ruled against that. So, unless someone opens a door, um, so Miss King says, but if she was doing what they say, then just because she died, she is not a good person. One of the things I saw said if she had not died, she would have been charged. Well, but would she? I mean, not necessarily. The only reason it was found out was because she died. That's when they found the information. You know, that's when they found that on her phone, his phone, was because she died. Um, Michelle said, "Oh, I think it does." Think it does what? What, did I miss something? Hey, Tanika. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. That's not giving the jury all the facts. No, I see what you're saying. I see what you mean. But what I'm wondering is, does it have anything to do with this dude being on trial for murder? You know what I'm saying? Because it's a whole separate issue. I mean, it is this, but is what I want to know. You know what I mean? It is too prejudicial, Tanika, 100%. I mean, if he were the one that were involved in it, the Zachary Hughes guy, then I would be like all for it, right? And if he is, then Now I did find out that the material that was he allegedly sent out to the neighbors and the businesses was photos of her, but I don't think it was Pedialyte stuff. I think it was what I read on a website was it was photos of her posing.
I'm not sure I understand.
I wasn't talking to you, heifer. Um, sorry, that was my watch. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? Okay, that's it, Tanika. That's what I was going to say. What I read was that the photos that he divvied out from what the ex-husband allegedly him and they conspired to make her look bad and harass her was photos of her that she was using on a website where she was like trying to get men to pay her, kind of like an OnlyFans or something. But it didn't have any children. So my thing is, if the Pedialyte stuff had any, because the dude that's on trial is the dude that allegedly murdered her. Now, the Bradley Post dude, he'll have his own day in court for what he's done. And to be honest, he should be under the jail, and so should the mama. But she's sadly, well, was going to say sadly, she's underground. So, right, Michelle? Miss King said she heard the photos were already public. Yeah. Now, the fact that she was doing all of that, but if they cannot connect the Pedialyte stuff to her murder, specifically pointing at the dude that's on trial, the Zachary Hughes, if he had nothing to do with that Pedialyte stuff, then in my opinion, it shouldn't be brought in because he had nothing to do with that part of it. He's on trial for stabbing her 31 times. You know what I'm saying? Because what would happen is an appellate court would be like, look at that eventually and be like, yeah, this guy didn't even have anything to do with that. So that shouldn't have been brought up, you know? Sounds like she was a busy garden tool. My first time catching you live, granddaughter distracted for once. I was lost for a second with Pedialyte. I got it now, though. Yeah. Sherilyn, right? I mean, I only said that because that's what gossip, rumor, and innuendo calls them. And I didn't even know that she called him that. But hey, that's a good word for him because, you know. Anyway, as I was saying, yesterday's motion about keeping the Pedialyte CSAM stuff out, the judge said that he was going to rule on that first thing this morning. And rule on that he did. We're going to rewind it and play it real quick. And we'll get caught up to live time. We're not very far behind. We're pretty much right on the money. But yeah, I want you guys to catch his reasoning behind this and see what you think after he says what he has to say. Let's do this. It could show that there was a lifestyle that put her in danger. Yeah. I'm glad you caught us live, though, Sherilyn.
Are you going to rule on our motion? I'm going to rule on the motion, but I just didn't know. I know y'all said that council was going to be there.
The audio gets better here in just a minute.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Let me get organized up here. Hope everybody had a good evening. You up?
Did you guys ever watch the Did you guys ever watch that TV series on TV, that TV show called Superstore? Where they all like work at like was it called Cloud 9 or Cloud something? Did you guys ever watch that TV show? I love that TV show, by the way. Anyway, this judge reminds me of the manager of that store. Not the way he talks or acts, but just the way he looks. I'm sorry.
One of the first things I wanted to just tell you before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media, and I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that I wanted to make sure that everybody in the media had looked at my order and that they would abide by it. One of the issues or questions that I keep getting is, can we report contemporaneously or just the 30-minute delay that is in my order? Does that pertain to that? And I thought about it, and I will allow you to report. I don't think I can prevent you from reporting on that. Everything else in the order does stand. I don't think I specifically really addressed that point, but I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's been a lot of questions about that. I am concerned, though, I do not want people coming in and out flurry. I don't need distractions for the jury. Okay? I think that will be the last time that we address anything pertaining to the media. But again.
Hey, Morgana. Good to see you.
And of course, we're open
Hello,
to the-
Morgana
All
Banana.
right. I've spent a considerable amount of time looking at case law.
That's the
these
defendant.
Excellent briefs that have been
Zachary
presented,
Hughes.
to me, your oral arguments, and I am going to grant the state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP, or Bradley Post. So I'm going to be excluding that, and that also includes the cross-examination of Mr. Post. I will get into that in a moment. I know that we've talked with counsel as far as your ability to do a proper, and he's going to be coming in for a in-camera hearings shortly. I find that it is not relevant under Rule 401 or 2. This evidence has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to this murder more or less likely. It will not assist the jury at arriving at the truth of this murder. The question is, did the defendant commit this murder? And that's the only issue. The child pornography is not relevant, and even if so, I would exclude it under Rule 403 because the probative value is significantly outweighed by, and I know normally we jump to unfair prejudice, and that is part of it, but I would focus on confusion of the issues and misleading the jury. If at some point it does become relevant, then that certainly could be revisited. And again, even if it were found to be relevant, which I don't think it is, it does not come in pertaining to Post under 608C for bias. I know that y'all, that was your argument. Certainly you're going to be protected in proffering, but Mr. Post, he's going to stand, or he's going to have his day in court, and he's going to have to, but he is not, he's not pled, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiance, and he's going to be here testifying under subpoena. And it's my understanding he's testifying to finding the body, reporting the murder, which is corroborated by the 911 phone call, and the investigator. The victim was his girlfriend, and he is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty, and he will have a trial. Also, the Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness. He's not providing any type of inculpatory, I guess, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to like I said, to inculpate the defendant of any type of wrongdoing or indication of guilt. I also looked at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v. I can't pronounce this, Beesry or whatever, Pradudsri. And I don't find that the bias issues that were in those cases are in play here. I also reviewed, I think it's Delaware versus something. I think it's Van something, but thank you. Defense can ask Mr. Post if he has any pending charges, but not go into the specific charges. Certainly on the proffer, there will be certain allowance, but I do have the right to impose a limit on the scope of defense counsel's cross-examination and not violate the confrontation clause. And that would be under the another wonderful hard pronunciation, but the Friedrich, F-R-E-I-T-E-K-H case. Also, it would be consistent with Rule 611A. Okay. And I don't think I have anything else to add to that. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. So your wish now
Right,
is
Morgana.
to allow Brad Rose to offer his testimony. And for the record,
Your
Your Honor, what the
emoji is
purpose
my
of this
exact
proffering?
feelings.
So to allow the defense a cross-examination
Yeah,
pertaining to
and
the
you're
ruling that
gonna,
you just made.
you're gonna ask, the questions that you're gonna ask.
Like, what kind of world do we
Even
live
though
in?
I know that you've indicated.
What kind of world do we live in where people like that literally walk among us? No, I have no words.
That you did not feel that that was necessary, but I think that
Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I'll be side-eyeing my vet techs the next time I go to the vet. I'll be like, I ain't leaving you alone with my dog.
allows them to have cross-examination on that. Counsel for Mr. Post will be here. I will have to, I guess, rule if he does assert the Fifth Amendment, then I'll have to rule at that time under whether
Or
or
my
not it's
child.
just facially prejudicial to him, or if somehow in a chain of events it could, be something improper to be used. Okay, but they still have the right in proffer to ask it to protect the record. Limited.
And that's in conjunction with your ruling, Your Honor.
So we see the Bradley Post.
Cross-examination under this
We see Bradley Post come in a few minutes in an orange jail suit, all shackled up. They do an in camera, I guess, the proffer, outside the presence of the jury. That's what a proffer is. But we do not see him. Like, we see him, but they take the camera off of him when they start asking questions. They have the whole thing backwards. When they say in camera, it means off camera. I'm like, okay, what?
Offer still needs to be in conjunction with your ruling.
Well, the proffer, I'm going to allow them to at least ask what he has been arrested for, but that will not be asked to the jury. They can ask him, obviously, that he's here under arrest. When they do the in-camera, or when we do the in-camera, I'm going to have counsel for Mr. Post. I'm just going to ask them to sit over here. Mr. Marchant, you're here.
Morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you got your other cohorts?
I'm ready to go.
I know, right,
Anybody
Pilola?
else coming?
Mr. Ariel should be here shortly.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we just need to wait until he's here. Anything else, Solicitor?
No, thank you, Your Honor, for that clarification.
Anything from defense? Did y'all?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think Mr. Marchant said we can proceed without Mr. Ariel, if that's okay with Your Honor.
No, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted
If
to
we
be
can
sure.
get the timeline of the jury be here at 10, and if we can get through this, hopefully start this trial.
That'd be nice.
You can bring up Mr. Post.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Bradley Post dude starts waddling in here in just a couple minutes. Hold on, let me zoom on through here. There's our defendant with the pretty hair. Here he is. There he is. That's Miss Christina Parcell, the victim's boyfriend. Hi, babe. He's the boyfriend. He's the one that found her lifeless body surrounded by rose petals.
Mom,
What, child?
oh,
I'm gonna go. Hold on just a second. What? Hang what, baby? You got a hangnail? Here, let me see it. She cannot stand when she gets a not a hangnail, but whenever her nail gets a little like tears or something, and she's got a little.
Good morning.
Appreciate you being here. We're going
There,
to.
Mommy fixed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was waiting for Cheryl to get the exhibits.
No, I didn't.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you
He
solemnly
looks a
swear
little
or affirm to tell
more
the truth,
uncomfortable
the whole
today,
truth,
right,
and nothing but
Michelle?
the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning again. We're here, there's no jury here. So the purpose of these proceedings is to present your testimony so the judge can hear it, and the defense counsels will have an opportunity to cross-examine you.
Okay, so that's basically where it ended for me earlier because this is when they start their in-camera thing. I'm just going to scroll on through until we get some actual so it looks like they're still questioning him. We're live now. Okay. So it is currently in real time right now. Volume is all the way up. We are live in real time. And my child is requesting a snack. And I am requesting a cup of coffee because I'm out. So I'm going to go grab my coffee, grab her a quick snack, and I will be back momentarily. But until then, you guys can chat amongst yourselves. And hopefully we will get opening statements started anytime. It shouldn't be too long because the stream is on a 30-minute delay, and I believe I already saw someone talking about something starting, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we start getting some camera feed or some camera movement. So I'll be right back. I'm not going to turn any music on just in case they do start before I can get back. But anyway, just chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I'm back, and we're still. Oh. So I was listening or watching with my phone, and I got a repeat of what I said. Oh my god. Sorry, Michelle. Sorry. Morgana says, I'm not leaving my cat, dog, or fish with the vet techs anymore, and I don't even have a dog or fish. Yay. Mine is too, Michelle. Mine is too. But you know what? I mean, I'm sure that this Christina Parcell chick didn't have a fluorescent sign scrolling across her forehead that said, don't leave your pets with me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Yay, Morgana, you're in real time with us. Yay. I got kiddo a snack and made myself another cup of coffee. It's black this morning. See? Black coffee. No creamer. Trying to get back to the intermittent fasting. Michelle said my dogs run to every... Oh, I see a judge. She says, my dogs run to every person and give them kisses, so I trust them. Dogs are good judges of character. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Yes, make sure that you guys give the video a thumbs up and share us with your friends. Oh, look at that. Sherry has been a member for 5 months. Gosh, has it been that long? Really? We've had memberships for 5 months. That's awesome. Thank you, Sherry. I love it. Hold on, let me give you some sparkle. Let me give some sparkle. Oh, look at that. Morgana's been one for 6 months. You guys. You guys. Here we go. Yay. Hold on. What's it say here? P. Lola says, hey, I've been here longer. Maybe I lurked. LOL. Well, you probably did. But see, you've been here longer, but we've only had memberships available for the last 6 months, apparently. Hey, Shell Bell. Good to see you. How are you, dearie? Good to see you. Oh, Michelle, I get it. With the gift card stuff, yeah, I get it. I understand. I can't believe you haven't been gifted. Have you been not been gifted a membership? I can't lie. I'm not mad at this black coffee. I've kind of gotten used to that first cup or two being just black coffee. And I don't think I mind it. It definitely takes some getting used to, I'll say that much. But once you get past, you know. Okay, you were gifted. I was initially for a month. Okay. And then P. Lola said I was gifted once by Donnie, then I broke down and bought one. Okay. 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 I'm wondering if they've taken a little break after their, because see, the jury isn't supposed to be there till 10 o'clock, which, if he's got it delayed by 30 minutes, then they've been there for a half an hour. So, let me run over here real quick and do a little look-see on Twitter. See how things are looking. Okay. Gigi is live tweeting from Pretty Lies and Alibis. And she says earlier that the judge rules the child abuse materials will not come in the Rose Petal murder. And then she says Christina's fiance, Bradley Post, is on the stand. He's the guy in the orange jail suit we saw. And then she says her fiance, John Post, not John Post, it's Brad Post, is finished with his proffer. Jury is coming in, then the feed will start 30 minutes after. He invoked the Fifth Amendment a lot. Surprise, surprise. The judge said something about him potentially doing that. So, he invoked the Fifth Amendment a lot. Is it Gomer Pyle that always said, surprise, surprise? P. Lola said it won't let me share and buy a friend a membership. Aw. I've never tried that, Sherry. Mushroom coffee. I've heard of it, but I've never tried it. Supposed to be good for you. Has anyone tried it? I've not. Let me see. And then Gigi said about 23 minutes ago, openings about to start in the Rose Petal murder. Feed should begin 30 minutes after it starts. And then 11 minutes ago, she said the judge is reading jury instructions. The jury is very diverse. Lots of demographics represented. All right. So, hopefully the trial will, hopefully the openings, she said the openings were about to start. "23 minutes ago." That's almost 30 minutes. So, 12 minutes ago, she said the judge is reading the jury instructions. Usually the judge does that first, and then opening statements start. But if that's the case, they are running behind still a little bit. P. Lola said, I've not tried. I'm afraid of poop from the mushroom coffee. I'm just saying, and we're among friends. That's true. We are among friends. But hey, if the mushroom coffee makes you go, then that's probably a good thing. Yeah, I'm just saying. Just saying. Bum, 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 bum. La da 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 da. Frog logs. Yeah, we need Steph pop in and talk about frog logs every once in a while. Where's Margaret? It is 8:10 a.m. for her. She's probably getting ready for work. Or almost on her way to work. I don't know which. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be nice? Dun, 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 dun. Have you guys ever watched that 50 First Dates? Oh, it's such a good movie. And I'm not even going to lie. I'm not a big Adam Sandler fan. Like, I love comedy. We're getting off track here, but this is part of, this is our cafe chit chat time, right? While we're waiting on our entree, the trial. I'm not a big fan of I love comedy, okay? Love comedy. But there are a handful of comedians that just aren't my. I like funny, but I don't like stupid. You know what I mean? I don't like. And I just feel like Adam Sandler is stupid comedy. Sorry for those of you, because I'm probably just lost a bunch of friends. But I've never cared for him, and I've never cared for Jim Carrey. I've never cared for Will Ferrell. But there are a handful of movies of theirs that I love. 50 First Dates being one of them. Now it's got some stupid parts in it between him and the Rob Schneider dude or whatever his name is. All right, the judge is here. And then Jim Carrey, he's definitely got some good movies, but he still is just like, I don't care for him as a comedian. Like most of his movies to me are just dumb, like Dumb and Dumber, really. And then, but I love The Grinch. Love Grinch. And there are some other Jim Carrey movies that I really do like. But, and then also Will Ferrell. Never been a fan of his. The only thing I really like him in is Elf. And they're both, like Elf and Grinch are both Christmas movies. You know what I mean?
Nothing from the state.
Nothing for the defense.
Counsel, as
Such a
I have
good movie.
previously, in the words of Judge Pyle, these are opening statements, not arguments, counsel. Okay, bring them in.
Okay, here we go. Opening statements, not arguments. Cute movie. It is a very cute movie. I love Drew Barrymore, though. I mean, if it was, I don't know, anybody else besides her, I don't know if I would have been as. Her and Adam Sandler have a really good, connection. You know what I mean? I like them in a few movies, but definitely not all, right? To me, Sandler is guy comedy. Yeah, right? I have. He is not one that I watch, but I love 50 First Dates and Happy Gilmore. You're my girl. I've always been worried to say those names. Bruce Almighty was cute. That was cute. But yeah, he just Yes, love 50 First Dates, The Grinch, and Elf. Pretty much it for those. Yeah. Love Drew Barrymore. I love Never Been Kissed and Ever After. I think I've seen the Never Been Kissed, but I don't know about Ever After. Gosh, you guys remember Drew Barrymore when she was a baby and she played in that movie Firestarter? Wow. Crazy. Badero is joining Karen Reed's defense. It was just tweeted. I know, off topic. Wow. You must see Ever After. I'll have to look it up. There's our Dustin Hoffman sitting right there in the middle at the defense table. I swear he looks just like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man. Wouldn't it be nice? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Everybody take a deep breathe in and then exhale. Because this thing's getting ready to turn on. I'm wondering if the CSAM information just gets bomb dropped right in the middle of this trial. Hey, Cynthia.
That I had to take up with the attorneys in this matter. And again, I just want to thank you for your patience and thank you for your service. Can you please swear the jury?
The only thing that you've missed so far is a lot of waiting, Cynthia, chit chat, and first thing this morning, though, the judge did rule on the motion from yesterday, and he ruled that the CSAM material would not be included in the trial.
5425A for burglary first degree, 5412 for harassment, and 5413 for conspiracy, and a true verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. I will.
Nope, you haven't missed anything, Michelle.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the jury in this case, and I'll take a few minutes to tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on the law, and those instructions will control your deliberations. The criminal case has been brought by the state of South Carolina, and I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecutor.
His microphone sounds very,
Solicitor Walter Wilkins, the defense.
you know what I mean? I don't know,
His
something weird about it.
Mark Moyer and Andrew Mormon. The defendant has been charged by the state with murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, harassment, and conspiracy. The charges against Zachary David Hughes are contained in the respective indictments. The indictment is simply
too,
the description
Cynthia.
of the charges against Zachary David Hughes. It is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges and denies committing the crime. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless all of you unanimously find that the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. South Carolina law makes the jury the finder of facts. You 12 alone are the finders of facts, and it will be your duty to decide from the evidence what the facts are. You will
Right,
hear the
Cynthia.
evidence, decide what the facts are, and then apply those facts to the law I give you at the close of this case. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other items received into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or stipulate. The same law that makes you 12 the finder of the facts makes me the judge of the law, and our rules of evidence control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer asks a question or offers an exhibit into evidence and a lawyer on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer may object, and that simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of evidence. South Carolina law forbids a trial judge from making a comment.
So I'm just going to lower the volume a little bit while he's giving these jury instructions because I don't really pay attention to those anyway. So Pilola said a minute ago, let's see, where did it go? Essay is a lot about the case, though, in my opinion, because how else will he say he has a connection to the victim and the ex-spouse? So here's what I found out through some homework yesterday. The material that the ex-spouse and Zachary Hughes, the defendant, passed around to neighbors and businesses of Christina Parcell was just of her, like Tanika said earlier, scantily clad. It wasn't CSAM material. It was just like nudes of her. So that's why. As far as I know, there's no connection between the defendant and any of the CSAM stuff. Now, I mean, unless something's brought forth, that's why the judge is keeping it out.
Finally, some of you may have heard the terms direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is proof of one or more facts from which one can find or infer another fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In deciding what the facts are, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. In deciding what to believe, you may consider a number of factors, including the following: the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testifies to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of the case or any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and lastly, how reasonable the witness's testimony is when considered in light of other evidence which you believe. It is
You
my
do a good job,
responsibility to
Pilola.
rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine.
I think so, Shell
To
Bell.
ensure fairness, you as jurors must not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial is ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone.
Shell Bell, as far as I can tell through some videos and stuff that I watched, there was evidence of it on her phone. Photos of her. Yeah. Just saying.
Immediately. During the trial, do not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers, or witnesses.
Now, again, the judge has said none of that evidence will come into play in this trial because this trial is for the murder of her. And the person on trial for her murder, this Zachary Hughes, has not been connected to any of her and the CSAM stuff.
Any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, ride the elevator, or the like. It is because they are not supposed to talk to you or visit with you pursuant to my instructions. Do not read any news stories or articles, watch TV about this case or about anyone involved with it. or listen to any radio or television reports, podcast, anything of the like about this case, any social media, or about anyone involved with it. Do not do any research on the internet about anything in the case, or consult blogs or dictionaries or other reference materials, and do not make any investigation about this case on your own. This is your duty as
Right.
the jurors in this case. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note-taking. You are not able to take notes during the trial of this case, and the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The state in its opening statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove. And after the
You're
state's
so
opening
funny, Morgana.
statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement, and at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of
Right,
the testimony of
Latonya?
witnesses
Yes.
and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable
No,
doubt,
Michelle,
and the
or
defendant does
Bell.
not have to prove his innocence. On both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time.
Shell Bell, that's a great question. That was when it was found. Was when they were looking for, evidence of what happened. Hi, kiddo. The only thing the ex-spouse is charged with, P. Lola, is custody dispute stuff. What, baby? Oh, hold on a minute, guys.
In court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hofreth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge, you're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. And so we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying recorded so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he is the referee in this case. And he's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is.
And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So the judge said, you'll hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time. Even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. It's very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did in fact murder Christina Parcell. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first. and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. And he committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Well, that was quick.
The defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you. Which is your right.
So he's going to defer his opening until after the state.
All right, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Young.
Sarah Young is the first witness. Yeah, that prosecutor was very short, sweet, and to the point, you know? Very short, sweet, and to the point. But the defense just decided to save their opening statement for before they start their case. Sarah
Place
Young.
your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you
Young.
employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
All right, and what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes,
And when do they begin recording the call?
automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm afraid, is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
So, do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Caller did not give his name?
No.
And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Now, the State would like to publish it.
122 Cambridge Drive.
NJ Police Fire EMS.
I'm sorry? I think I might have a death.
Okay, let me connect you to.
Walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. There's a very weird smell. I can't get her to come around.
Okay, let me
Laid all over the floor.
let me connect you to EMS, sir. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
Cameron Fire. What's the address of the emergency?
122 Cambridge Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street? Your Canebrake Drive?
I don't know, Southeast Drive.
Okay. In Greer?
Yes.
All right. The phone number
I
you're
couldn't
calling.
get my, I'm sorry?
The phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. And has anyone tested positive for COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 positive?
No.
No, thank you for testing.
I just walked in, I can't reach my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, and it looked like she bled out on the floor.
Okay. You smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Just one
And I
moment.
don't, I think I said it, my lips said it.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay. And what makes you think she's gone?
What about the place in the CPR?
I'm sorry?
What do I do? I don't
Well,
want
wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's, able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
it looks like there's brain matter everywhere. It looks like there's something.
There's brain matter everywhere?
It looks like maybe shot me out there. I don't know.
Like somebody had shot her? Okay, all right.
No.
All right, do you think that she's, not viable?
I don't think so.
Okay, so look, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond,
You won't
eyes
respond?
open.
Eyes are open? Okay, all right,
There's a lot of blood.
and a lot of blood, okay.
Yeah, anyway, the flowers, it looks like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh,
And sunglasses were knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
okay,
But the smell is very,
okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broken in and shot her in the head.
me, I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, say it again.
Just somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. Is, do you see anybody, still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No. The
All right. The front door was locked?
Sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher talking. I can't hear him.
Yes.
So I came over, and then I came about, and I smelled this weird smell.
Right,
And I walked in, I could see there's like a raised floor.
yes. Okay, I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not, move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yes.
And, if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the, paramedics and the police at the front of that. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know. But I'd go back out the same way that you came in
Okay.
and leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna come out. I'm gonna leave it on.
Yeah, it's okay. Leave it. Just however it is right now. Just walk out. You can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really, really smell.
Oh, really weird.
Like this, yeah, almost, chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical? Or like a gas smell?
No, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No,
All right. I've got them all coming.
that's,
All right. Thank you. Sir,
Is that the recording you retrieved from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Young, you stay.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness be excused.
They be excused. Okay.
I think that's what he said, Morgana. He said it smelled like something like pesticide.
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Yeah, Pilola, but I don't think he meant the smell of blood. I think he said something like a funny smell, like a chemical. Yeah, Tanika. She said like gasoline or something, and I think he said something like pesticides or something. I'm wondering if it was like something on the roses, like I don't know. I'm just
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
The Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls,
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Canebrake?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded, license siren.
So what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact.
122 Canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, tried to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out. But we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face, her neck area.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna take you back a little bit now. When you got out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, so your next item to do was to clear the house?
Correct.
And do you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into?
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Miss Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
Correct.
That day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those are your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, is this your body camera?
Trigger
that you were wearing
warning,
that day?
trigger warning.
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to.
Just in case they show any part of the crime scene, just heads up and trigger warning. I don't know if they will. Hopefully they don't, but you never know.
122 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 Cambridge.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe. All right. Is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with, and we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you gathering information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time you talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here, the side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other's going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also to make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcell's body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him up to him, and then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point, so the big areas where somebody could hide.
Y'all just continue to clear the house?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out and we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
And is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into?
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life, if we need to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting?
The back door.
The back door? So it's about. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved as best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, or anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
He'll just answer any questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please, the court. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled. You can ask that.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly?
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. He was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive to speak to him.
And at the time, isn't it true that well, strike that. 1 second here. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect?
No redirection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
Can counsel approach real quick?
All right, so they're getting ready to. Brad Post is getting ready to come up to the stand. Getting ready to get interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I can't get a read on this guy. I can't. When I'm sitting here looking at him, I can't, like, I was watching him while it looked like he was watching the body cam. And I was trying to see, like, his reaction. And he kind of had a look of, what am I watching on this screen? You know what I mean? Dry mouth, said Michelle. Yeah. I assume so, Miss King. Catatonic. I don't know. I don't know that I get that vibe from him as much as I do. He just seems to be very calm and, but not in a catatonic way, just like in a, that's how he is anyway kind of way. I don't know. Yep, there he is. He looks much different in an orange jumpsuit than he does in a suit jacket and pants, dress pants. Don't he? Stoic.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
And does Christina have a daughter?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Aida Mello.
And did you get to know Aida Mello?
Yes.
And do you know who the father
Yes.
of Aida is?
Yes.
And who is that?
John Mello.
And were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Canebrake Drive.
Was that 122 Canebrake?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Ravoy Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. But yes.
Did y'all communicate
Yes.
between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Canebrake?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
And do you know about when that was? And if you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April,
Okay.
whatever that works out to be.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to attain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad?
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May time frame of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview, and
She is Christina Parcell?
yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up, and she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me, and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
And as far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house. Had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car,
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes,
When you drove over there, where did you park it?
in their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And the
there.
door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door, that's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so, what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again. I think
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th? June 30th.
Okay. Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
All right. Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell, and if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On States Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes,
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
yes.
And what is the address on that?
On 24, it's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes,
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that envelope?
yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes,
And what is the address there?
my address.
And the return address is?
My P.O. box.
And State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
Well, we thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello?
Yes.
And is that who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
Yes.
Now finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
No.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney set a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
No.
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
No.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So, how old are you?
69,
What is your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio.
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were
time?
you married?
Yes.
And how many times have you been married?
Twice.
Do you have any children?
No.
How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so I was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
It's actually relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
Okay. And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
Okay. And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I didn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
Okay. And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mellon? Correct?
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay. Prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not
Correct.
know Mr. Mellon? Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay. More than 5?
Maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mellon?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There was multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long had you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Aida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Okay. Where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay. And the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
You lived there alone. I guess there was one exception then when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Aida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
Honestly, don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least for the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Aida?
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents, some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Aida?
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bills sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travelers Rest?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
So, this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see, but it was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on so the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. Just like I said, she had two phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
Call, text,
I know, right?
email.
That's not weird, is it,
Do you
Michelle?
remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen, and so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mello?
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Aida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes.
How old was Aida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time, I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
but not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crime.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your Honor, objection is outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes. But that doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back, correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills, and I know you had an agreement where she was gonna eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
From times when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks,
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
and Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time?
Yes.
And then the second time, she went back by herself,
Correct.
and that's when she returned with Aida, and then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house.
Good question,
And there
Michelle.
also
I don't
were some
know.
that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay. And that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website, purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at the time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when
What are you referring to past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
We're talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told.
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay, did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
One moment, please. May we approach? Sure. Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness, they step down.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena. We have a subpoena.
Doggone it, I missed the last minute because kiddo needed my assistance. Was the last minute worthy of watching back? Or somebody can tell me in the chat what the last question or two was. I don't know, Brenda. Probably not, but then again, I don't know. Oh, they're on a brief sidebar. Oh, is he still on the stand? I thought that they just said he was going to stay on just in case they needed him to come back.
I do.
Okay, new witness.
Jocelyn McInnes,
And what did you do back?
practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manages day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, yeah. So
Well,
the
thank
actual,
you, Cynthia.
The actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras,
Yes, it was.
and you went back and reviewed that video.
Yes, I did.
And so, what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
for a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically, like what a nurse does for a doctor, just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness.
Anything in cross?
Just very briefly, Ms. McKinnis, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they just nailed down the time that she left or whatever from the interview.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so, and I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the justice and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Okay, so I know who wants an interview that early. Did they say, I missed what the time was. I know it was like, didn't she say like 9 something? I can't remember what time they said, but was that the time she arrived or the time she left? Does anybody know?
Your Honor, we just want to make sure the record is protected regarding our questioning and what we wish to question Mr. Post about. In the outset, I would mention that something new came up during the direct examination of Mr. Post from the prosecutor. He was asked, he asked Brad Post, did you get to know Aida Mello? He answered yes. We believe that would have opened the door to questions about how he got to know her, which would have led into the child pornography. So we stayed away from that line of questioning based on your previous rulings. I would further like to note that all of the questions that were asked during the proffer are questions that we would have asked Mr. Post. But it's our understanding from Your Honor's ruling and from our meeting at the bench that they were areas of lines of questioning that Your Honor deemed out of bounds, and so we stayed away from them. So we just want the record clear that all those questions are one we would have asked him.
Okay, you're protected on the record. Thank you. I will see you all back at 2 o'clock unless there's anything else. Who are you planning on getting through this afternoon?
We're going to get through, we're going to crime scene. We're going to a lot of read cameras.
Okay.
A lot of photos of the read cameras, exhibits, and maybe through the entire crime scene. I don't know.
You might get through the entire.
Have y'all done, well, we can go off the record.
The ring cameras are going to take a minute.
Okay, y'all can just come up for a second.
Oh, right, Michelle. Michelle said state better tighten up the ship or the defense is going to swoop in. He's letting them know right now, right quick, fast, and in a hurry. He's like, state asked a question we didn't know they were going to ask. Again, that could have led me to have asked. Which I think that is, well, no, P. Lola, I wrote that down specifically. So hold on a second. I took a couple of notes here, okay? The first thing I said was because P. Lola had mentioned opened the door. And I think you asked that question in reference to when the defense asked Brad Post about charges and how he's like, well, it wasn't just a charge, it was 9 charges. But the thing is the judge had already said that he was going to allow the defense to ask that without it opening the door. Because, see, he was sitting there in orange jail attire. It's obvious he's, so they know he's in there for something, right? But, next, whenever he said that it could have busted that door wide open by saying, how did you met the child and how did you get to know the child and blah, blah, blah. I think that's a little bit of a far stretch for the defense to be able to go into the CSAM stuff because he was in a relationship with this woman. This is her daughter. Granted, they did awful things to her. Period. Point blank. But it's obvious he's going to, right, Michelle, he did throw it out there. But I don't know that would have been enough for them to open the door to the CSAM stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, the defense wants to wiggle that in. Excuse me. Miss King says, I just don't think it's fair that this old man and her were doing terrible things. I don't either. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. Yeah, P. Lola says, but it makes the jury wonder, was he involved with the murder? That's true. Michelle says, I think he wanted credit on the record just in case it happens again. It's been pointed out. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Oh, this is going to be hairy. So 2 o'clock, that means it'll be 2:30 before they come back from their actual break. That's an hour and a half from now, guys. Holy cowsers. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Margaret. You guys are lurking. How's work going today, Margaret? How's it going today? Patricia says, imagine how the jury will feel when they're finally able to look it up after the trial is done and they see what she was involved with. I know. I know. I know, I know, I know. But again, I go back to how will knowing that determine whether this dude is guilty of stabbing her to death? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. Give us a peek into how Stearns and Soto will go. Oof. Well, but to be fair, you know, the Stearns case is strictly about CSAM. You know? Oh my God. I met more nice people, still overwhelmed, but they told me not to be. Well, the good. See, if they're telling you not to be, then that means don't be. That's what you need. Michelle says, good, Margaret. It's going to be good. Just give yourself grace. Yes. Maybe we can go over some of the information about this case. We could do that for a little bit. All this dude would have to say is he found out about the kid. What do you mean, Ween Baby? What do you mean, ma'am? Does anyone want to come up and talk about it? Does anyone want to come up and join me and have a conversation? I can drop the StreamYard link. We can open up the panel and have a conversation. See what you guys think. The yawns better knock it off. It's too early for that. Patricia says, you're fabulous, Margaret. Everything will be okay. Michelle said, I agree. So there is something we don't know. I think there's lots of stuff we don't know. Wayne Baby said, wait a sec. And then Michelle says, I'm shoving food into my face. I need more coffee. This is cup number 2 since about 6:30, 7 a.m. And it's almost 1. And I have about that much left in this cup. And this is my black coffee. I'm ready for some coffee with creamer in it now. And some food. Food sounds good. Ooh, wait. I got audio. Hot mic. Hot mic.
Pick which one. I'll find a better one. Let me make sure there's something in there that I need. It's from a crime scene perspective. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I saw it splash up on the screen, like the closed captioning said, from a crime scene perspective. I was like, we're going to get some juicy details. Michelle said, I thought it was time for the good coffee now. It is. It's past time, actually. It's 1 o'clock. I'm an hour past. Because my plan is to do intermittent fasting and only consume calories between noon and 8 p.m. So no food after 8 p.m. and no food until noon. Cynthia's headed to the kitchen to make herself a cup. Yum, yum, yum. Coffee, 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 coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Who wants to come up? Wing Baby, you want to come up? Can you come up and chit chat? Or are you working? Michelle? Miss King? Anybody? Anybody? Sherry? Morgana? Patricia? Margaret's working. I don't think she could. Ween Baby says, I'm not working. I might try that, but my morning Pepsi. I know, Michelle. That's the hard thing for me. That's the hard thing for me is the calories that I consume in my creamer in the mornings. So, there's that. But I honestly don't mind the black coffee. If I'm being, I honestly don't. I mean, if I could have my druthers, right, I would slap some creamer in that. But, you know. Ween Baby said, I need to go walk the dog, though, so BRB. Okay. So does that mean you're going to come up? And you guys don't have to turn your cameras on if you want to come up and chit chat. You don't have to turn your cameras on. I'll turn mine off too if it'll make you feel better. Cynthia said intermittent fasting is supposed to be really good for your metabolism. Yeah. Miss King's working and watching. Margaret's in an open space. Yeah, I know. I didn't figure you could. It's too soon for that. Too soon to be jumping on live streams when you just started a brand new job, right? You could always go hide under the refrigerator and whisper into your phone. Michelle's stuffing her face. Hey, David. Hey. He says, hey, y'all, gossip, rumor, and innuendo in the house, new to the channel. Thank you for dropping over here. God, I'm a huge fan of hers. I love her so much. I've been letting people know that she's got a nice, decent size Rose Petal Murder playlist on her channel. But thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Good to see new people. People would wonder what you're doing. I know, right? Yeah, make sure to hit the thumbs up button when you guys come on in the door. Make your way on in, making your way downtown. Stop licking it, Michelle. Now you're just doing it for funsies. Hey, Donnie, welcome back. What did you miss? You missed the Brad post, the boyfriend, the fiance that found her body in the living room floor. He was on the stand in his orange jail outfit. You missed that. And you missed a cute blonde vet clinic person who she interviewed with for a job at a new vet clinic the morning of the death. David said Kathy is the best. Recommended you to me. Oh, yay. I love her. Been using her phrase Pedialyte over here today. Pedialyte. I can't. Cracks me up. Cracks me up. Oh my lord. Donnie, honey, I'm dropping the link if you want to come up. You want to come up and chat for a minute, for a little bit? They're on lunch break till, I think, 2:30 my time, Eastern time. So that's like an hour and 24 minutes. Ooh, why did they go to part 2? What's that about? Why does it say they... What are you doing? Weird. Unless they're doing why did they do that? Oh, she kills me, Morgana. She says, I love Kathy's channel so much. She makes me laugh so hard. Oh my God, she kills me. Kills me. What was it? I was listening to her the other day, and she was talking about what was I watching of hers? And she was talking about somebody using cheap French fry, like generic French fried onions on a casserole or so. What? Where was? I can't remember what video of hers I was watching, but it was hilarious. Ooh, Cynthia, hazelnut and cinnamon coffee with French vanilla coffee mate. Yum. Yum. Pedialyte, girl knows how to turn a phrase. She cracks me up. She just absolutely. She's a very very good breath of fresh air. I remember her saying that, but I watch like 3 videos or more a day by her. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. Always positive. Yeah. She's good people. Good people. Now I'm going to have to go back and look because that's going to drive me crazy. Oh, you guys, my husband sent me something the other day that absolutely cracked me up. No, he sent it to me last night. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold on a minute. I emailed it to myself because I remember being like, okay, I gotta share this because this is hilarious.
Jamie, pull that video up.
Okay, hold on. Now, oh, this is hilarious.
Jamie.
Truth Seeker Wisdom is who this is. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to... Let me see. Just a minute. Okay. You guys. Okay, hold on just a second. I have to go over here and share this screen versus... Oh. Okay, I'm sharing this tab, okay? You guys, this is hilarious. Now, you just got to listen to this, okay? It's a short from a channel called, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Truth Seeker Wisdom, okay? Now, just watch this and listen, okay? I hope to God they don't, like, strike me, but anyway. Check this out.
Jamie, pull that video up.
Jury has found you guilty of first-degree murder. I hereby sentence you to 2,500 consecutive life sentences plus 1,000 years. Once you pass away, you will receive an attempted escape charge with an additional 200 years being added to your sentence, which you will begin serving in the afterlife once you get to hell. Should you be reincarnated after your death and return to Earth as another person, you will be arrested at birth and you will spend your entire next life in the state penitentiary.
I'm sorry. That was so funny. My husband sent that to me and I was like, oh my God. I don't know if that was legit, if that was real, or if that was made up, but I would pay money to have watched that in like real time. Could you imagine a judge saying that? And if you are reincarnated by chance, if that's really a thing. Oh, it was great. It was so funny. He showed that to me last night. And I was like, oh my God, you got to send that. You got to he showed it to me from his phone. I'm like, you got to send that to me because I've got to share that. Absolutely hilarious. David says definitely made up, but would be awesome seeing a judge say that, wouldn't it? I would love that. I would love that. Ween Baby said I need a recap of this case again. Of the one we're watching the trial of? Is that what you mean, Ween Baby? So the recap of this one is victim Christina Parcell was found deaded in her living room floor with rose petals all around her. She'd been stabbed 31 times. And the two men that could have potentially been suspects, one was out of the country, the Mello guy, which is the baby daddy. And the other one, the Bradley Post that we just saw on the stand, is the fiance, and he, you know, yeah, was the one that found her. Now, supposedly he has an alibi. I don't know. But, yeah. That's as recappy as I know. Other than the whole CSAM stuff that me. That word freaks me out. The red rum word freaks me out. Makes me think of that movie. Oh, yay, Donnie. You want to come up? Yay! Is this guy friends with Baby Daddy, the one that's on trial? The Zachary Hughes? Yes. He's really good friends with Ween Baby. Or, not Ween Baby, sorry. She's like, no, he ain't. No, he ain't. Okay, hold on. Let me grab the link real quick for Ween Baby and Donnie. All right, here you go, guys. There you go. Ween Baby said, oh, okay, so why didn't he just say that they found out about the child? I don't know. Who? I'm confused, Ween Baby. What? Why didn't who just say that? They found out about the CA. Oh my gosh. Okay. Miss Donnie, I see you. Do you want to be on camera? I can't hear you, but if you want to be on camera, good. If not, turn your camera off. If you're ready to go, give me a thumbs up. Can't hear you yet. I can't hear you till you're on the screen. But just if you want on if you're ready to go, give me a thumbs up. I'm waiting on her to give me a thumbs up. Okay, Donnie, do you want to be on camera? I can't hear you, so just shake your head yes if you want to be on camera. Okay. Here we go. Hi.
Hi.
Hold on, let me fix the audio.
Today. Okay.
Hi, darling.
Hi.
It's so good to see you.
You too.
Hi. This is the first time we've met face to face. Oh
There's
no, you're breaking up a little bit.
like a couple things going at the same time.
Oh, she's breaking up.
There's I see you talking in the back.
Say it again.
Where you're giving Ween Baby another story.
Oh no, she keeps breaking up.
Oh.
Is she breaking up for you guys in the chat? Because she is for me.
Oh.
Okay, David, no worries. It's like you're frozen. Okay, everybody's saying, yep, she's frozen. Breaking up. Doggone it. Maybe she'll get in a good spot because she looks like she's definitely in the car. I have a Morgana banana too. Yay! Hold on. Oh, she's dropped. Maybe she'll come back. I hope she comes back. Hey, Morgana banana.
Hey.
Can you believe this mess?
Oh my gosh. I was just like listening to Kathy's, videos on it last night, and I was like, what?
I know, right?
Everything she said, I was like, huh?
It just gets worse and worse and
I'm like,
worse.
what is wrong with people? Oh, I just can't.
What blows my mind, Morgana, is that, when you go to the grocery store or, the post office or the doctor, I mean, wherever you go, anywhere you could go, you never know what's going on behind the scenes at somebody else's house.
Exactly. That's why I don't leave the house, because I'm like, I don't know about people. And the more I
Right?
see, the more I'm like, no. Unless I
Oh.
just have to, no. Hi, guys.
Oh, hold on. It looks like Donnie's back. Hold on. Let me
Donnie's
see.
back.
Maybe not.
She's spinning.
Here, let me remove her again for a minute. Because I didn't see her. She's
You're
frozen
right.
for me again.
Yeah. Brenda, you're right. People are sick everywhere, I'm telling you. Sickos.
Right, I know.
I just
She
can't.
says, Brenda says, and it just isn't those two with sick plans. No.
No.
Mm-mm. And here's the thing, okay? So we were hearing or reading or watching, however you got the homework lesson last night. The dad, the mellow guy, had known or thought that things were going on with their daughter and was like, I think there's some sort of abuse going on when she goes over to her mother's. And he tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. And the court always kept saying that they never could find anything wonky going on.
Right.
Right. And he does get full custody of her. We find out that he gets full custody of her, and I guess there's like a custody agreement, and he was fighting that because he didn't want the mom to have any like visitation or whatever. And then he hauls off to Italy with her, and that's when he gets in trouble. So I just don't. Do you think that's? I mean, what do you think happened, Morgana?
I don't know. They acted like, I don't know if he was, I don't know if it was because of all that and he was really worried and that's why he tried to get this guy to do this. I mean, it doesn't make it right, but
Right.
The whole thing's a mess. I don't know. There's just so much backstory to everything and everybody doing all kinds of different sick things. And
do you know I had to, because it was mentioned in I don't remember if it was the Fitz News stuff that I was looking at last night or from Kathy. But I saw something about the word buggery. I don't even know. I was like, what does that mean? Like irritating somebody? You bugging me? You know what I mean? Like, leave me
I don't
alone.
know what it is either.
I didn't know if it meant, oh, that ain't what it means. I went and looked up what it means.
Uh-oh.
But yeah. So anyway.
I guess
Oh
I'm not
wait,
gonna
we got a ween baby. There's a ween baby. Hold on, let me add her to the stage.
Here comes Ween baby. Ween baby.
Hey you.
Hey, hey.
You're
She's
muted,
muted.
ween baby.
Michelle, oh yikes.
It was on the Fitz info. Okay, Cynthia. Yeah. Yeah, I had to look up the It was on the Fitz info. Okay, Cynthia. Yeah. Oh, Ween Baby's unmuted. Can you turn your YouTube off, Ween Baby?
Man, this is too difficult.
No, it's not. You got this, girlfriend.
Okay, I turned it off.
Hi.
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 Now I gotta turn my TV off.
Yeah. Michelle, you should not have Googled it on your work computer, ma'am. You should not have.
Oh my
I thought
god,
Jenny
you
was gonna
Googled
tell us.
buggery?
I didn't know what it meant, Ween Baby. I thought that it meant like irritating somebody.
Oh, I didn't Google it. I was like, I'll just not know.
Well, just so you guys get a lesson and you don't get fired from your jobs for Googling it on your work computer, it means butt stuff.
Ooh. I thought
So
it
why
meant
don't they call it
animal.
buttery instead of buggery?
Buttery. Like
I
margarine?
thought it meant animals.
Oh, well, that does it?
No, that's the other. I don't want
That's
to say it because I want to
the
get you in trouble.
that's
But
the Beauty and the Beast word.
Yeah, yeah.
it sounded like they with that law they consider all of that under one big umbrella of buttery or whatever. Buggery.
Buttery. All the words. We got Pedialyte. We're going to the grocery store. There's Pedialyte. There's buttery.
You're
There's
turning the butter.
Lord have mercy. But yeah, I Googled it and I don't tip. I literally, as I was Googling it, I was like, oh dear God, please don't like flop pictures out in front of my face or something. Cause
You should have just messaged Steph. She probably would have told you.
oh, for sure. I'm sure she would have known. So what do you think, Ween Baby? What do you think happened in the grand scheme of things?
I don't know because I want to know if the baby daddy and this guy, Zachary, found out about the Pedialyte stuff.
Well, now allegedly the baby daddy already knew and had been trying to. That's one reason why he wanted custody of the daughter is because he kept telling police and people that he was afraid that things were going on abuse wise over there. But I don't know or think that he partook in any of it, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that would be a little better defense than what this guy has now, which seems like he has no defense right now. I mean, I know it's still murder. I know they're all probably shitty people or sorry, crappy people, but
You're okay, honey. No, I agree. I think they all are,
Yeah.
right? But crappy people a murderer does not make. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I know lots of crappy people who are crappy people, but would never hurt a hair on anything's head. So, but I just what blows my mind, I said this to Morgana too, Ween baby. I mean, you go to the grocery store, you go to Walmart, and you're scanning your groceries, and the person that comes up to you to like make sure you didn't steal that TV that's in your cart before you head out the door with it. What are they doing in their house? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The vet tech.
Mm-hmm.
It just blows my mind that people like this that we're hearing about with this situation walk among us every day. We walk by them, we smile at them, we wave at them. They pass us our coffee and Whopper meal from the Burger King through the window. You know, I mean, it's everyday people.
They're touching your food.
Oh God, now I never want to eat out again. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, Michelle. Michelle said that's why I would hold on to my kids on a leash these days. You can't trust anybody.
Mm-mm.
And you know the sad thing is you used to think back in the day, right? You didn't trust people with your daughters. Now you can't trust people with your daughters or your sons
Or your
or
animal,
your animals.
apparently.
Mm-mm.
Or your
That's why
parents.
I
Older
don't leave
parents.
the house.
Exactly. That's what I said.
God. Do you work from home, Ween baby?
No, I work on a production line.
Oh, okay.
I was I wasn't feeling well today, so I stayed home. But I
Yeah,
mean,
sure. Not feeling
when
well. I'm kidding.
when I'm there, I can still listen. I mean, I can wear headphones, so. But I
Well,
work
that's
on an assembly line. If I don't feel good, I'm like, I don't, because I can't leave. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's what my husband did for years. Assembly line
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. Yeah, if you leave, the whole production line stops until they get somebody to take your spot.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Miss King says that a mother abusing her child in such a terrible way is sickening. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Let me go back up here. Miss King said Fitz News said that the father was prosecuted, and when the prosecution finished, the defense asked for it to be dropped, and the judge declared him not guilty. So they said that because if you look how it had to do with the whole custodian, he was the custodial parent,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So the I mean, I agree with what somebody said. I can't remember if it was one of the attorneys or what, but they were saying that just because you're the custodial parent doesn't mean you can leave the country with the child without the other parents
Right.
knowing. I don't know if they actually have to consent, but um that's weird, you know? I don't know. I do know that I read a lot of people or a lot of things that I was reading and listening to last night regarding this case is that the mellow guy, the dad of the daughter, um, this it like has done a lot of shady things, like
Mm-hmm.
not Pedialyte stuff, but just um in general, like controlling of women and
Yeah.
you know, that kind of stuff. But uh, and trying to make their significant others look bad in other people's eyes for certain things.
Mm-hmm. How old was this woman?
She was 41 when she died.
Okay.
So this Bradley Post guy is a lot older than her, and the
Well, isn't
Mellow
the
guy looks to be too.
yeah, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I could not say.
apparently, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Queen Baby.
Okay. Apparently, um, they can't get this guy's phone unlocked,
Oh, they
from what
finally
I heard. Oh,
they
they
did.
finally did? Okay, I
Yeah.
must have watched an old video.
Yeah, it said it took them. It took them like 7 months or something
Yeah.
Yeah.
because he had some sort of like military grade lock on it or something. And then he even said once that he couldn't remember the passcode or gave him the wrong passcode or something. But
Mm-hmm.
they finally were able to get into it. So that tells me, okay, then what are you hiding if it's not more than the whole message between him and the mellow dude about the how did the music lesson go today? And he's like, oh, great. I'll have to tell you about it over the phone,
Right.
because they were kind of like talking in code with one another. But they used WhatsApp. So that there tells me that fishy stuff. Not that people who use WhatsApp is fishy, but I know that a lot of fishy people use WhatsApp
Right.
and other apps. Like maybe that one that we were talking about earlier that they mentioned,
Yeah.
Signal or whatever they called it. Oh, Donnie's back. Hey, hold on.
She's back.
Hi.
Hi.
Yay! I see you and hear
Hi.
you now.
I think I
How are
have
you?
this running in the background.
Oh, do you have it running in the background somewhere?
Yeah, I can hear you talking. Hold on. There we
How
go.
is it now?
Good.
Good, good, good.
Sorry,
Hi.
I'm crashing the party.
No, you're not. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm excited because I get to meet Ween Baby and Donnie for the first time.
Hi,
Y'all are so
everybody.
cute. Okay, Ween or Donnie, I have to know, what are your thoughts on this whole thing?
My head's swirling.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
Um, like I can't get past our conversation this morning about the evidence that might not be coming in or it might be coming in. And then I was thinking about motive. Could it
mm,
come in through the motive of the guy? Like if he knew all those bad things were happening,
right.
Mm-hmm.
could that information come in, or is that just not coming in at all?
Well, the judge doesn't want it to, but if somebody cracks that door open, the defense can bust it wide open. They can kick it open.
That's what I
Mm-hmm.
thought. I wasn't sure how that worked,
Yeah. I
but
mean, they
so
might be able to nip it in the bud, but the judge would have the last say if
yeah.
he's like, you opened it, so now it's fair game. I don't know.
So Post is in jail.
Mhm.
He testified this morning.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For the prosecution.
Yep.
Okay. And how does he know the defendant?
He doesn't. They don't know each other, and he actually said that. He's like, "Do you know each other?" And he's like, "No." The
Okay.
only first time I ever heard his name was whenever my lawyer called me and said he was arrested for Christina Parcells' murder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So they
The ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or the baby's daddy
Mhm.
knows the defendant because they talked and said, scare her or something.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently they're both very big music buffs, and this Zachary Hughes dude, if you watched, like, he's like a major, like, concert
Pianist.
pianist.
Oh, really?
He's very, like, he's like, yeah, he studied at
Mm-hmm.
Juilliard. Um,
Yeah, he's
Wow.
plays a
they're
lot of
big.
like Beethoven, and he's like an excellent musician. I've seen videos on that Fitz News. There were videos of him playing, and it's like beautiful. He's so talented.
Oh man.
And he was a Marine too, right?
I think he tried to be, but I think he was, but I think he was let go because of something to do with like muscle tears or something in his legs.
Mm.
Yeah.
So he was like relieved of his duties, you know.
Right.
Hey, Mary Lou. Hey.
Hey, Mary Lou.
Yeah, the fiance was 69. I know.
Oh.
He's
How old is
69
he?
right now, the Brad Post dude. She's 41.
Oh. Okay. Well,
She was 41 when she died, so she'd
yeah.
be about 45 now, because this was in 2021.
And he's 69 today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
just so it's all creepy.
Very.
I don't even know what to make of it yet.
I can't say anything about the age.
Oh. When I was driving and I heard you say what you said about animals, I'm like, no. So I pulled over and then I had to type it in the chat and you're like, yeah. And then I was in a school zone. So the police came up behind me and said, are you okay? And I said, no, sir, I'm not.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you about this.
And I wanted to tell him the story, but then there were like buses coming and I'm like, this isn't the time nor place.
No, because he'd be like, you need to turn your phone off right now and get home, ma'am.
Yeah. Uh-oh, somebody's at the door. Please hold.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
That's too funny.
It makes me wonder what influence the old guy musician had over Zachary.
Me too.
Because he was like his mentor or something. His music teacher, mentor.
Something like that, but also they said that the Zachary guy did like odd jobs and like maintenance around the Mellow guy's house.
Right.
Like he would do random work that he needed done around the house, like, you know, wash
I guess
windows, clean gutters.
I guess he took care of his wife for him.
That's an odd job, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and listen to this. Listen to this. Well, I think they mentioned it in opening statements, though. But I found out about this last night, too. The day after the chick was murdered, the Hughes guy was supposed to go out of the country to work on cruise ships playing piano the next day.
Wow.
And really, what's up with the rose petals?
I don't know. That's weird.
That's really weird.
Unless they were trying to make it seem like they were trying. I thought about maybe they were trying to frame the Bradley Post because he was her fiance.
Yeah.
You know,
I was thinking that too.
the smell though, you guys, what about that? Because that cop came on the stand and he said too that he smelled a very strong chemical odor in the house. Wonder what that was.
It smelled like pesticides. I'm like, what?
I don't know.
Well, when I Googled this yesterday, the very first thing that popped up was the Luminol Chemical Company saying how they used their stuff for testing and that it was pretty significant what they found.
Well, the one guy said that it looked like she had been drugged by her feet. So, and I think that I heard somewhere that they did find like blood evidence like in the bathroom and stuff too. So did he run in there to clean up, you know?
Yeah, it makes me wonder if he tried to clean it up.
That would make sense.
But he wouldn't have had very much time, because if she finishes with her um, interview at what time did you say? 8:40 something?
8:47.
Okay, so how far do we know how far it was from the vet's office to her house?
No.
Mm.
When did her
Oh.
boyfriend find her?
That's what I'm wondering. I think it was like 10, 15, like 10 something or 11
Oh,
a.m.
wow. That morning? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was really like they would have had to have just barely passed each other. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And where was
So
the boyfriend coming from? Do we know?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I can't remember. They said though that they did have um evident, like, I don't know if he was seen on camera somewhere at a certain time or what.
Yeah, they
But
had
they
ring
said that his
camera.
alibi checked out. I don't
Oh.
know if that's true or not, but
Yeah.
Hmm.
the only thing that they have him charged with at the time at now is the CSAM stuff that they found on his phone.
That's the boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And where was the little girl? Where was her daughter? I'm sorry if you already talked about this.
Now I don't know where she was at. Does anybody know where the daughter was at this time? Because
School? If it was in the morning?
oh, you know what? Probably.
It was school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the dad's not charged with this, right?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, the dad had charges, but they had it all had to do with custodial stuff with the daughter. I mean, like, um, what am I trying to say?
Like
Yeah.
taking her out of the country or whatever.
Taking her
Oh,
out
I
of the
think that
country.
was dismissed, but I think then they like were charged with new stuff. Cynthia,
They
that's the sister. Now they said that the sister lived there. That Bradley Post said that the people that were lived in that house was the sister, Christina, and her daughter. And I think I read that the sister, Tina, owns the house. So where was she? And if there was kind of wonky stuff, same questions I've got about Jen Soto.
Yeah.
If that kind of stuff is going on under your roof, how do you not know about it?
Yeah.
You know?
And was it the husband that was, or I don't know, were they married? Do we know?
I believe that they were married,
Okay. So
but
the
I could be
ex-husband was the
wrong.
one sending the pictures out of her.
Yeah, they were charged with that.
Oh,
Him
okay.
and Zachary.
This is nutty.
I'm pretty sure they were charged together with that.
Yeah, I'm not positive. It's very nutty.
Heard that.
Very.
It's that I just don't. The CSAM stuff and what are we calling the animal stuff? Just animal stuff.
Buttery.
Buttery. Buttery. I mean,
Not the animal stuff.
it seems like that's all the connection though. Like if the ex-husband has some questionable behavior, then Zachary has, obviously. And then post, it's nuts. Like I don't know how it can't not come in.
Well, the only thing I can figure that like I was saying earlier, the reason why the judge said it couldn't come in is because the Zachary guy, there's no connection between the CSAM and him. The only thing that he had any knowledge of, allegedly, the photos that he sent to Post and the neighbors and the businesses were of her
By herself, right?
by herself.
Oh, so that's not illegal.
Well, she was naked,
Clothed. Yeah.
but they were like public photos that she used on a website, like similar to like an OnlyFans. Like she was
Oh.
for hire, for money.
Oh, for God's sakes, this is crazy.
I know, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
This keeps getting better and better.
So, because it wasn't CP related,
Mhm.
that's why the judge is like, then he's on trial for her murder, not that
I
has.
know. It's
If
just it's so messy. It's hard to think about why he's on trial. We know why he's on trial, but it's just all mucked up in all of this.
Yeah, I know. The waters are very muddy, right?
Yeah.
Cynthia, good question. She says, I wonder if Zachary will take the stand. They've held off on I covered up Donnie's face with Cynthia's comment.
That's
I
okay.
wonder if the defense waited on their opening statement.
Mm-hmm.
They said they wanted to reserve their opening statement for before they start their case, which is after the after the state rests, then the defense will give their opening statement. But I wonder if they're just like, okay, this thing could go left, right, or center. We don't know which way this is going to go. So let's just hold our horses and play our cards as we need to. You know,
Right.
I don't know. But the reason I'm sold that the dude did do it is because of the whole bicycle in the truck and the footage of him
And
with
his
the truck
what
and
didn't they have? Yeah, under her fingernails. Yeah, his
his DNA under her fingernails.
right.
Now, can stuff be planted? Yeah. But
Nah.
what I'm struggling with is this, okay? You don't know this woman. You probably never laid eyes on her. Okay, you only know her ex-husband.
Yeah.
But you go to her house to take care of her for your buddy, the husband, the baby daddy. But
Mm-hmm.
why would you 31 times? Like the prosecution said, for somebody to do that 31 times, that's somebody who's angry and got a bone to pick with somebody. And then the
That's
rose
what
petals?
that's what I mean. I wonder what kind of influence the musician guy actually had over this kid or man for him to do that.
Yeah.
For him to even think, yeah, I'll go do that for this person, like that's crazy to me.
Unless he had issues himself from a
Right.
child or, from being a child, you know what I mean, or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, what if the husband said, "Oh, there's allegations of C-spam on my daughter," and he got triggered
Mhm.
somehow, and he's like, "I'll do it," that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, listen to this. Something else I learned, you guys. I learned all kinds of things last night. I told y'all you really needed to do your homework because I wanted to come into today like focused, right?
Mhm.
So today or last night, I learned that the Zachary Hughes, the defendant, has a younger brother. And his parents adopted 5 siblings from Russia.
Yeah, I remember that now. Mm-hmm.
His
Yeah.
biological parents?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Adopted while he was like older, a little older. And they
Oh.
said that he struggled with it because something to do with he was, caught not caught, but he was having to like babysit a lot. You know what I'm saying? And he like didn't appreciate that. And so, I don't know. I don't know if the
Maybe
dude
that's
has
fair.
issues or
Wow.
I don't
Well,
know.
he has issues apparently of some kind.
Right.
I mean, And the whole thing about this all other stuff coming in, really, I mean, I understand it doesn't necessarily have to come in because I mean he did from all the evidence they're showing or whatever are going to show, was there. He, did it, allegedly. So all that other really doesn't make a difference, I guess, as far as the unaliving goes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I was saying, the trial is the charges are murder charges.
Right.
They're not. And as far as the CSAM stuff being a motive, it doesn't fit if they don't have any evidence of him with his hand in the CSAM stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So really, that wouldn't be relevant on the murder aspect,
Right.
unless it comes out that it indeed was, but
Yeah.
And he's pleading not guilty for he's just saying not guilty. We don't know why.
I'm assuming he says that he wasn't him, that he was like, I think that they're trying to say that it wasn't him, and that it was a case of mistaken identity or something with him on the bicycle. Because you can't see that it's him on the bicycle. The only thing that connects him is that apparently wherever he was living, his roommates said, that was my bicycle, but I haven't used it in over a year or something like that. And that bicycle was found in the Zachary dude's truck.
Right.
And the truck was seen somewhere in the neighborhood. And one thing led to another, and that's how they tied him, was through surveillance footage with his license plate number on the truck, the bike being in the truck, yada, yada, yada. Plus his DNA under her fingernails.
Yeah,
that's really damning right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really. I want to hear him explain that.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, I believe things can be planted, but,
Well, to me, that's when they just start discrediting the experts, like that, because that's all they have. And that kind of irritates me. Like, you're telling people they don't know what they're talking about. Because you're trying to twist something for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Cynthia says, oh, sorry, Win Baby, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was saying something off topic.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, that the case with the little girl who killed her mom.
Yeah.
Gypsy Rose?
Carly.
Oh, Carly.
Yeah. After her trial, a bunch of lawyers and people came out and said that the guy who did her assessment for the state wasn't qualified, charged the state too much money. Because he worked in a mental hospital, so he obviously was qualified. But anyways, that's what they're trying to get their appeal on. Is that expert? And I'm like, if that guy was well qualified, like, don't throw someone under the bus to twist your stuff around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that case is so controversial. If you go to other creator, I watched it on another creators, and it was just wild. Because it was, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. People can, I always say, just because me and you don't agree don't mean we gotta hate each other.
Yeah, right.
People can be ugly.
Yeah. When that happens right away, the good thing is I just press X and I'm like, I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Cynthia says, I read that too. The adopted kids had a lot of trauma in Russia. The parents were completely unaware that they had serious issues. And Michelle said fingernails is the final nail in the coffin, I'm assuming.
Oh my God.
Miss King said something. Miss King said, but they say an officer planted evidence, and I heard that. So I read or heard that they're trying to say that the police are involved, kind of like a whole, you know, Karen Reed situation. I don't know, but
I don't know. I mean,
But you could see if there was a lot of different stuff going on that they were having issues. You know what I mean? Like Karen
Mhm.
Reed's different a little bit because there's a ton of stuff that's
Right.
questionable.
yeah.
This is one thing, and I don't know. I mean, there's reason to believe in Karen Reed that, yeah, there could be issues. But
Mhm.
this, you haven't seen it anyway, unless something comes up that, we're unaware of.
I
Or
don't
just
know.
the one thing, and oh yeah, we're just gonna nail this. And they don't even at that point didn't even know the guy. So I guess later they planted that evidence.
Right. Right.
People have
No.
people have gone to jail or prison for way less, and this guy has DNA at the scene. Like, how are you going to explain that?
Right.
I'm ready to hear. I'm ready. I'm going to keep an open mind. I'm going to keep an open mind. Um, there's also false alibis too, you know.
Mm.
Did somebody lie for this Bradley post? Did he have a change of clothes and switched his outfit out? And who knows? I don't think so. But then
Yeah.
again, I have no clue.
I mean, Zachary is just, I don't know too much about him other than he's a classically trained pianist, but
Right.
it doesn't seem like he would have any propensity or anything in his background that we know of to do this. Like questionable behavior, right?
Right.
Where the other two, you kind of have to side eye and say, you don't have great judgment.
I
So,
know.
no.
I don't know, but I am interested, like Ween Baby, to hear more about the relationship between him and Mello.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did they find each other? How did they become friends outside of music? Like, I don't know. Did they go to a music class together? Is that how they found each other?
I don't know.
So
I don't
that'll
know.
be.
And I don't remember if we heard why or how they met. Do you remember, Morgana?
I can't remember what Kathy was saying. I thought she said, but now it's out of my mind.
I don't remember.
Anybody in chat room saw it?
Michelle says maybe there's some blackmail we don't know about. I did think about that too. I did think about that. Like, did this Mello guy have something over Zach? And he's like, you do this, or blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Sandra Birchmore. That was.
Yeah. Because Miss King said before she never believed the stuff until Karen and then until Sandra Birchmore. And I was the same way. I'm like, really? And then that came out. I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nuts.
I don't know, Michelle. You mean the Zachary and the Mello? Were they a couple?
Oh.
No.
Another mic drop. Oh my God. Or
Oh my
bomb drop.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Tune back in to find out.
Right?
Wow.
Goodness gracious. So the notes that I wrote down was about the opening the door. And then I wrote down what I want to know is how did the Mellow guy get the naked photos of her to be like to have Zachary mail them out? How did he get the naked? Because they weren't in a relationship anymore. So how did he get a hold of? the photos of her.
Did he download them off of not the OnlyFans, but whatever she was on?
But that's just it. Like how probably, but if they were arguing with each other, how did he come to know about said website? You know?
I don't know, scorned people, especially if there's a child involved in talking about custody and whatnot. He was probably trying to dig up anything he could.
Yeah.
Miss King said she thinks the photos were on a public site.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, you'll get credit.
If it comes about, I called it.
Oh, there's a cloned phone?
Yes, the Bradley Post dude had the phone. Christina had two phones, her phone and then one that he paid for her, and he said she used both of them. But the phone that he paid for that was hers was a clone phone. And he said the reason why on the stand this morning was to make sure that she was safe, got home safe at night, and to keep her, help her keep up with bills and stuff.
That's odd, but okay.
Why would you need two phones for that?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'd say one was a personal, normal mom phone, and the other one was probably a sex phone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think there's a whole bunch that we are never ever going to know.
Cynthia says Zachary was really
this is
affected by the
so
Russian kids, and his parents said he became really withdrawn. So he definitely had mental health issues. I remember them saying that he had become really withdrawn. Yeah.
I would say that has something to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And how old is he? I'm sorry. How old was he? Is he?
Did they say?
I don't know that I heard, but
If there was 31 rose petals, is he 31 years old?
Oh, I don't know that there were 31 rose petals.
Oh. Where did
She
I get
was
that from?
stabbed 31 times.
Oh, stabbed 31 times. Sorry. No, that doesn't make sense.
I remember Kathy said something about the rose petals. She's like, well, what did somebody come in with a dozen roses and whack, 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 whack? You know, is that how they got everywhere? Or did somebody just sprinkle the roses out? You know, were there any rose stems and thorns left out? And I was just, in my mind, I could see rose petals just flying everywhere, you know. But
well, that's another good question, though. Like, how was the rose petals? Was she staged with rose petals all around her? Or was it just like a kerfuffle? Or
I thought it was said something about being staged, didn't they?
I think they said that she was staged. But by that, I think they probably, because he said she was on her back when he found her.
Mm-hmm.
So she would have been face up. But I think by stage, they meant just with the rose petals.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was like in a
we
circle or if they were just like heart shape around her body. I don't know.
Stabbed around the head and neck. Why just there?
I don't know.
That's strange to me too.
I mean, usually they say when they do that, it's like a what's the word I'm looking for?
Passion, crime of passion? No.
More to do with like because they want to mess up the way they look because they feel like they're beautiful, or so they want to like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just strange.
I don't know. He was hella mad.
Big time, right? I mean, even the prosecutor was like, somebody's got to be really big mad to stab somebody in the face and neck 31 times.
Yeah. Well, that's like that Ellen Greenberg lady.
Yeah.
And then saying she committed suicide. I say, excuse me, in the back of your head and the
Mhm.
front and 40 like times or something. You don't, anyway, that's a whole nother
Yep.
thing.
But it's the
that's a mess.
truth.
Her poor parents. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. And then they're acting like now they're not going to reinvestigate that. I'm like, how do you not?
oh, they're not?
That's what there's debate about it. The last I saw, anyway. Because at first they said, yeah, it was going to be, and then who's the guy? I can't think of what his name is. That was in charge of all that, attorney general or something at the time, and he's like, I don't think that's going to be, it'll be up to the district attorneys and stuff of whatever county they moved it to. But he said when they talked before, he didn't feel like they were going to reopen it again.
Mm.
They would, but now I don't know. We'll see.
They should. That's
Yeah.
awful that they don't, unless
could make. I don't know. Come on. So they marked it as undetermined, right? The medical examiner that did it then changed his mind. Is that it?
Right, because he had said, it was suicide, and then I'm like, don't think so. Everybody was like, what? But then he finally admitted. But see, he had meetings and stuff with, I can't remember, was it the district attorney or he had meetings somewhere that he had went police or something. I don't really know. I can't remember what. And then he changed
Be
it.
right back, guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna run and check on her real quick. I'll be right back. I think she's taking another nap.
Yeah, I had to check on Paisley. She's quiet.
So
go ahead, Morgana. Ween Baby's still here.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do about that. I wish they'd do something though, because it's not right. Not right. And her poor parents have been fighting to get that changed.
Yeah, there's no way she did that herself.
No. You're not going to do that, for one thing, that many times to yourself.
Yeah.
And how can you? How can you stab yourself in the back of the head?
Yeah, exactly. It's not physically possible that way. And they said some of those stabs would have been.
One of them was really deep too, wasn't it? Like 8 inches or something.
I think so. And I think they were even questioning whether some of them might have been after she would have already been, alive anymore.
Go get Mommy your cup and I'll get you some milk.
Yeah, I think you're right, Miss King. I think that boyfriend, there's something there that he has a lot of power or something, or his family or something.
Mm.
It's almost like they're trying to cover all that up. But anyway, we got off topic. Sorry.
Oh, no, I don't know. I don't really know a whole lot about the case of the Ellen Greenberg stuff, only just about that's how the medical examiner ruled her death. And I'm like, yeah, that's not, but okay.
What year was that, Ellen Greenberg?
It's been a few years ago. I don't know for sure. I can't remember the exact year. But
she was a beautiful woman too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, they tried to say that the boyfriend tried to say that he got there.
Ween Baby! Look! Hi, beautiful. Oh my God, I love the picture behind you.
Oh God.
Cause see, look. Let me see.
Oh,
can you see him?
Baby. He blends in, but yeah.
Yeah.
So cute. Hi, baby. That picture is so cute.
Trust me, get a pug and then you'll be crazy for pugs. So
this is my, what does that say? This is my
prison escape hoodie.
That's perfect for this channel. Oh, it's so good to see your face.
Recovery Addict, the channel Recovery Addict.
Mm-hmm.
It was in his merch shop.
Oh, cute. Cute,
So
cute,
I
cute.
bought one, and it's like my favorite hoodie ever. I wear it all the time.
Mm. I love it. Love it. Hoodies tend to like suffocate me though. For some reason, if I wear a hoodie, it has to be a zip up
It
hoodie.
has to be a zip. Yeah.
I don't know why. It's like they're too tight around my neck.
Mine has to have a big, or I cut the neck down on some of them. If it's too tight,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cut the neck down.
I like a good
Smart.
hoodie.
Yeah. I have one, it's a rainbow with unicorns on it, and it says, "This is my killing hoodie." It fits, right? It fits. What is the saying? If it fits, it sits.
Yeah.
I said if I fit or something. Yeah. Oh, well. So, Donnie, I am so glad that you decided to join. Ween Baby, you too. Morgana has joined a lot off and on, but it's been a minute, ma'am.
Yeah. We've been just watching a lot,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's just how it worked out.
So, Ween Baby, I got to know. I have one question for you. How is it, ma'am, that you can come into this chat like just ever so often and just drop the funniest things, and then like you are, I think, probably one of the most quick-witted people I've ever seen.
Well, one time I sat in your chat, I think I was at work, and I didn't type anything all day, and then something happened that, and I had to say something, and I had already been in your chat at that point for like 3 hours. Probably about what's her name? The suitcase girl.
Sarah.
Yeah, because I
Sarah
always
Boone.
have something to say about her.
Yeah.
Oh, something about her hair and makeup, I'm sure.
Yep.
Or Pop-Tarts. And then the whole I don't remember what trial it was, but Ween Baby would come in every once in a while and say, "Yeah, that's not that's not a luxury handbag. That ain't a luxury haircut. That because that one chick kept bringing up these
Sarah,
pretty little purses on the stupid witness stand."
Sarah, I said, and I think it was one of my best ones where I said she didn't excel at that haircut.
Yeah.
Because she'd always say, I excelled at everything. And I'm like, well, you didn't excel at that haircut.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
That was the best.
Did you say, Jenny, that Tanika's doing something with her former roommate?
Yes.
When is that? Was it? Did I miss it?
Sunday. This Sunday, the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's coming up this Sunday, the 16th, at 6:45 p.m. Eastern time on Tanika's channel. She's going to be interviewing one of Sarah's roommates, cellmates.
Cellmate, yeah.
Wow.
Well, roommate and cellmate.
Oh, have you heard
That's
of
gonna be good.
Oh man, what's your business?
Oh,
Taylor.
Business. She was in court again because she's been attacking correctional officers and other inmates.
Yeah. They want her to have another mental evaluation. I'm like, I can evaluate her right now in 2 seconds. She's crazy. She's crazy.
She is the scariest I think I've seen in a really long, like scary.
Yeah.
She beheaded that man.
I know. But it's
and threw his head in a bucket.
Yeah.
Trigger warning, just
yeah.
for y'all that don't know. But I mean, and
That
blamed
was-
it on drugs.
With him when he was not alive anymore,
Huh?
and then had relations with him when he wasn't alive anymore
Oh, that's
too.
Yeah.
right. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
How can you
What
forget?
is, what is going on? Why are people doing
Donnie,
these?
honey, Donnie, I think me and you and the people here in this chat, we just need to sit in a circle and pray and just in the name of Jesus, just do this to people and
And have a bunch of holy water.
Yeah. Oh, I
I'm
forgot.
telling you, this world is a crazy place.
Mm-hmm. It's a mad, mad world.
Ooh, that's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
Who sings that song? I forget.
I don't remember either.
Somebody
Oh,
somebody Google it. Who sings Mad Mad World?
you guys will probably do it before me, so.
It's a good song though. I feel like I've heard who was that dude that was on American Idol? Adam something.
He dresses up. He's got like lots of makeup.
Adam Lambert.
Yes.
Adam Lambert, yeah.
Lambert. Yeah, I think I've heard him sing it.
Probably.
He's amazing.
He really is.
He's got a voice, man. Powerful voice. But yeah, it's a good song. I don't know how what's going to and I don't know if I've even heard how long they said this trial is going to last. Gail said, I love how Jenny said chopped his head off, put it in a bucket, and then said trigger warning.
Trigger warning. Well, like,
well, I mean, to be fair, there's one rolling across the screen. I'm like, y'all, this is a crime channel. And
when you first said that, I thought you meant a head rolling across the screen. I was like, what did you just say?
Heads be rolling.
It was very emphatic too, Jenny. He cut his head off.
Yeah.
Uh,
Threw it in the bucket.
All right, I'm gonna go walk Paisley.
All right.
In the rain.
Right. Ew. We have
Tears
snow.
for Fears. Really? Hi, Bub Smith, and welcome.
Bub Smith's me.
Oh, well.
I went into the chat. I can't see the chat.
Right. Your phone. Yeah.
So I went into the chat on my son's YouTube. So he's Bub Smith.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Bub.
I guess I can like it. I like it with his name too.
Oh yeah, give me another. Buy one get one free. Right? Coco. Brenda. Right? There is one rolling across the screen. Tears for
They're
Fears.
still not back yet.
They should. I think the judge said 2:00, which would be 2:30, because the judge is keeping the trial.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, I better run, and I'll see you in the chat.
Well, thank you, Donnie, for coming up. We're gonna have to do this more often.
That was fun.
Bye, Donnie.
Bye.
Good
Thank
to have
you.
Thanks for joining. Oh, Donnie. Wait. I have to give you Sparkle because I've got to remind you. Not remind you. I have to thank you. She always like surprises me, and it's like I'll be long after the stream's done and over with. I'll be scrolling through my phone, and it'll say Donnie sent you a Cash App. So thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate that. Here.
Well, I follow what Nightbot asks. Why you
Nightbot is stingy. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me give you some Sparkle. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm putting it in my coffee fund.
Excellent.
All right. Well,
All
thank
right.
you for joining me today. Like I said, we'll have to do it again soon.
Thank you. Thanks for getting me up to speed.
You're welcome. I'm sorry this is such a tough one.
I think
You learned all
Viola
kinds
and
of new
I are
things.
related somehow.
Oof. Oh, the camera's moving.
Okay. Oh,
Okay. I'm going to split too then.
All right, honey. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. I'll see you guys
Bye.
later in the chat. Bye.
Yeah, I'll drop down since it's getting ready to start.
All right. All right. Sounds good. I will see you in the chat.
Bye.
Bye, Wayne.
Jenny,
What, honey?
I accidentally hit my camera on. Then it goes, ah.
I
I
saw
saw it,
that, but
Morgana.
I was trying not to say anything, and you are the one, ma'am, that brought attention to that.
I was like, oh, wrong button. Oh my gosh. I'm
I
out of here.
love
Bye.
you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Morgana, she kills me. She cracks me up. Oh. Okay. So we did see Morgana, I know, for just a split second. Ah, Morgana, Morgana, Morgana. That was fun. That was a lot of fun, you guys. Thank you guys for joining me on the lunch break. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. We're going to have to do that more often. For sure. For sure, for sure. Put a one in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. Let me know. I think it was a big ol' mucho fun-o. Morgana says, oh no, and I love horrid. She meant, I'm assuming, to say, look, but you don't, ma'am. You're beautiful. She says, I'm going to go to the corner now and cry. Get out of here. You kill me, Morgana. Stop it. Gail put a 1. Pilola, Sherry, Brenda. Brenda said, "Can anyone come up?" Yeah, I had it opened up. I was like, if anybody wanted to come up and chit chat about the actual case, yeah. I think they're getting ready to start back. So right now, I hate to, because then we'll have to interrupt the conversation. You know what I mean? But I definitely want to do that again. Ween Baby said, Morgana, I brushed my hair before I turned my camera on. You guys kill me. I did my hair as a total mess and I'm still in PJs. Ma'am, do you want to know what I have on? Okay. I have on my cute little top, right? Cute little top. Do you want to see my breeches? They're flannel pajamas, ma'am. Business on top, sleepy on the bottom. Oh. Oh no, Brenda. Honey, no. No. I just usually QB and Morgana would pop up every once in a while, and Steph and Margaret, just every once in a while they'd pop in, but we haven't done that in a little bit. I need to do that more often though, because it's a lot of fun. Cynthia says I'm in PJs too. You are not a mess, ma'am. You are not. You are not a mess. So they should be starting any time. I hope they hurry up because I got to go to the bathroom. I hope they hurry up. I'm going to have to run to the potty soon. Yeah, I got my my very warm and fuzzy pajama bottoms on. Flannelly, warm, cozy. Gonna have to cover up that camera. Morgana. You know what? I actually have a piece of washi tape specifically for that. What, baby? Oh, cute. Oh, it's a little mommy and a little baby squishmallow. It's an octopus. You're right. There you go. You're welcome. Thank you. She is beautiful, Cynthia. She certainly is. She cracks me up, too. What, baby? Ha, 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 ha. Oh, hold on. Kiddo cracks me up. She's at that, like, hey, mom, look, mom, what's this, mom? Look, mom, look, mom, look, mom, look, mom. Look. I mean, like, I hear mom look like every 2 seconds. It cracks me up. And sometimes I'm like, finally, I'll be like, what? And then I feel bad, you know? And so I'm like, oh. I love her so much. She's feeding her little squishmallow octopus baby bottle. Oh, she's hungry, baby. She's so hungry. Oh, now you got to burp her. Got to burp her and then take her and lay her down for a little nappy nap. You gonna go put her in her little baby bed? Yeah. She's so sweet. They are a lot of fun, Cynthia. Yeah. They're a lot of fun. Oh, Lord, Morgana. You shouldn't have gone back to look. But I'm sure it's not scary. Nah, that's very doubtful. I'm going to go look at some tweets real quick. Let's see if we can see what's going on. Let me go look. I'm going to have to plug my phone in. Okay, 25 minutes ago, Gigi posted live and said back in the Rose Petal murder trial feed will go back live at around 2:45. So that's about 10 minutes. All right, you guys. If I've got about 10 minutes, then I'm going to put my little intermission video up for a few minutes while I can run, take a quick potty break, and grab something to drink. And I will be back in just a few moments. Okay? If they happen to come back before 2:45, I'll keep an eye on the Law and Crime feed. If they come back before then we'll just catch up because we would only be a couple minutes behind. So anyway, I'm going to run, do a couple things, and I'll be back in a minute. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Ween Baby's like, feeding the ducks, feeding the ducks, feeding the ducks, feeding the ducks. We're feeding lots of ducks.
I showed you
Okay.
a picture.
Wow. So they got started. We are. Daggone, they must have started as soon as I took off. So we're about 10 minutes behind. Okay, that's fine. I can deal with that. Can you guys? Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Here we go. Here we go. Him and his earrings. Maybe called his eyeglasses earrings.
jury panel back in.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Just bring them in.
There's something I feel uneasy about this guy. You know, I don't know what it is. I kind of feel like it's the same. Like his face is very similar to Brian Koberger. What is that about? Is it? I don't know. Like a very not bothered, but also, I don't know. Don't pick your nose there, though, buddy. Please don't.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Darby Jackson.
No emotion for sure, right? No life or emotion on the face. Yeah, he does, Henny. I think so too. Ooh, this prosecutor is a young pup. Yeah, Michelle, I'm just getting some sort of like the same kind of vibe over his behavior in the courtroom as with Brian Koberger. Ween Baby said he looks creepy. He's got pretty hair. That's the only thing I can say. He has pretty hair. Now, I'm going to enjoy this peanut butter sandwich that I made myself because I'm hungry. Medicate them, you think so? I mean, I would assume so. He just had a very strange look on his face when he saw who this witness was. Ween Baby thinks he was heavily influenced by the music teacher. I'm really interested. I can't wait to hear more about their relationship. For sure.
Jackson.
Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
I am a paralegal for the Lawrence County Attorney's Office.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, where were you employed then?
Greenville County Forensics.
And what specifically was your role with Greenville County Forensics?
I was a forensic evidence technician, so I would respond to scenes, process scenes as needed.
When you say process scenes, what kind of activities would you be doing when you're processing a scene?
So it depends on the scene. I would typically document the scene, taking photographs, taking video if necessary, collect evidence, process for fingerprints and such.
Okay. And were you involved in this particular case specifically? Were you involved in processing a scene on 122 Canebrake Drive in Greenville County on October 13th of 2021?
I was involved in the investigation. I did not process the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay, so you responded out to 122 Canebrake?
I did.
Okay. And as part of you responding to 122 Canebrake, were you responsible for collecting some DNA samples for subsequent testing?
I specifically responded to 4 McGee Street
Okay.
to process the complainant.
Okay. And who is the complainant?
It was Bradley Post.
Okay. And did you subsequently take buccal swab samples from Bradley Post?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show Ms. Jackson what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit 10. Showing you State's Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize the two items I've handed you?
I do.
Okay. And I believe they're labeled, so State's Exhibit 10, DHE2, and State's Exhibit 11, DHE1, DH being your initials?
That's correct.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, these are the samples that you collected at the time of your involvement in this case?
That's correct.
And after you collect these samples, or first, let's explain to the jury, when I say buccal swab, what exactly is that?
So a buccal swab is a cheek swab. We will take a sterile tubed cotton swab, essentially, swab the inside of whomever that we need to get it from, their cheek.
Okay. And you thereafter place it in a container like this?
That's correct.
And after you place it in the container, you seal it?
Then I take it to property and evidence, and my involvement is complete.
And in this particular case, with relation to State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11, did you subsequently submit them into evidence?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11.
No objection.
Counsel, without objection, number 10, number 11.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross.
Ms. Jackson, you said that you were working now as a paralegal,
That's correct.
and you said in the Lawrence Attorney's Office?
Lawrence County Attorney's Office, yes, sir.
What, is that the solicitor's office, or what is that?
No, so the Lawrence County Attorney, the county attorney will work more on civil matters, and he represents the county.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Hoffman asked you this. If he did, I apologize. When was this sample taken?
It was taken on October 13th, the day that I responded.
Okay. I've got nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
Nothing to say.
What do attached earlobes mean, Ween Baby?
All right, this time the state would call Master Deputy John Garrett.
What does attached earlobes mean? I mean, aren't all earlobes attached? Michelle's bound and determined. She's like, mm-hmm.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Garrett.
Master Deputy Garrett, that's your current rank, Master Deputy?
That are investigated.
So does he have, this man has to hear he has attached earlobes too?
I know it's out there, but where are you currently employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what role specifically?
I'm a homicide investigator.
Okay. Were you employed with the Sheriff's Office back in October of 2021?
I was.
Okay. And what role was it? Same?
I was a homicide investigator. Then homicide.
Okay.
Or mine attached?
Were you involved in the present case specifically on October 13th?
I don't know.
I was.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene at 122 Canebrake?
I did.
And when you were responding to the scene, what specifically was what was your role there? What was
No,
your
mine are not.
priorities
Okay.
in responding to the scene?
I was at the law enforcement center at the homicide office when the call came in, and officers, or other investigators and officers were already at the scene. So before I left, I was tasked with obtaining the search warrant for the scene at 122 Cambridge.
Okay. And so on getting that search warrant, do you thereafter go through the scene?
Yes, I do.
The house, I mean.
Correct. And once I obtained it, I delivered it to the scene and responded for any other duties they were requesting.
Okay. What were your observations of the scene at the time that you went through it?
When I got there, the road was blocked off, probably
His
a
look
block
like
or two
they
on each
are.
side, by patrol vehicles, yellow crime scene tape, and we also had personnel.
So it'd be like
blocking
this.
intersections and protecting the scene around 122.
Instead of having this little nook right here, it'd be like this, like
Going through the house.
no space.
I didn't do that until later that evening. I was there for hours. Crime scenes was processed and documented
Okay.
the scene. So I was waiting for another task, and I was documenting information where other investigators were going door to door looking for like video surveillance and things like that. But I didn't have
Learn
another
something new
task until
every day
later in the afternoon. I did a secondary
here at the Crime
search
Cafe.
later. It was hours later, almost at dusk, to go to the crime scene.
So that would be after the technicians go through, collect what
Correct.
they deem necessary?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you went through the scene, were you able to identify or collect anything at that time?
Yes, I was with the investigator's department at the time in a white clear plastic bag with a white powder substance in the living room near the front door.
Okay, you said the living room, was the living room the same room that Ms. Parcell was found?
That's correct.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that substance, would you recognize it?
I would.
Okay. Approaching you with State's Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 37. Starting with State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
That's the clear plastic bag with a white powder substance I observed in the living room area that you spoke of.
Okay. And did you subsequently, and I don't
Oh,
want to say
Lord,
collected, but did you
Cynthia.
subsequently pick it up to identify it?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what State's Exhibit 9. Can you confirm for me that that is the bag that you picked up and identified?
It is.
So this is that's the position that you found that bag when you went to the house.
That's correct.
And then 9 is the actual bag. that
That's
you
it.
put. All right, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 9.
Which is 9. I don't have a problem with the photograph coming into evidence. I don't think the full foundation has been completed for 9 in order to be entered into evidence.
I'm happy to continue later.
Number 37 comes into evidence, lay the foundation.
After collecting what is State's Exhibit 9, what did you do after that?
I conducted a field test on it to see if it was a controlled substance.
Why do you say, so in your first observations, you believed it to be a controlled substance?
Yes, sir. I had a previous assignment in narcotics for 14 years, and to me it appeared to be the way it was packaged and appeared to be a controlled substance.
Okay, so what occurred after you conducted a field test?
It did a presumptive test for cocaine with a field test.
After that field test was conducted, what did you do thereafter?
It was ultimately secured in the property and evidence section at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center to be secured.
So it was thereafter submitted into evidence?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence. What is State's Exhibit 9?
You are too kind, Cynthia.
Your Honor, again, continuing my objection, there hasn't been a full chain established yet throughout the continuation of where that evidence went. So until that happens, we would have.
Yeah, maybe I heard about this.
Your Honor, a full chain doesn't need to be established at this point. This is the individual that collected State's Exhibit 9, conducted the initial, the field test of State's Exhibit 9. At this point, the foundation's been laid for whatever it may be to be introduced.
I agree. Your objection stands on the record.
In the house, but I think it was planted by whoever killed her because the mellow guy had always told police and stuff that she was into that too. And that was another reason why he was concerned about his daughter, was because of the alleged
Exhibit 9.
substance
During
use.
your time on the 13th at Canebrake, what other roles were you associated with there?
I did a secondary search later after other investigators searched the rooms, but I never found anything significant of evidentiary value.
Understood.
Fluffy stuff for the nose, yeah.
Thank you, Investigator Garrett. I have no further questions for you.
I love you, Cynthia.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. So what was the reason for going back into the residence later that day?
I was on another team we were assigned different rooms to search for evidence. And I can't remember the rooms I searched, but I think there were the living room, another bedroom, there's multiple rooms in the
Booger sugar.
and groups had already searched, and then other investigators would search and cross and search behind them to make sure we didn't miss anything or just double check each room.
Do you know how many investigators and forensics technicians had already searched the house?
I don't. I know there were several out there, several investigators and a lot of forensic technicians, but I don't know the exact number.
Around what time was it when you and Investigator Sparkman went back in to do this subsequent search?
Dusk, around 6:30-ish.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 37. So you said this accurately portrays where that bag with suspected controlled substance was when you saw it?
It does.
That is before it was moved.
That's for what?
I'm sorry. This is before any officers.
That's right. That's where forensics documented its original location.
And so it is clearly observable to somebody walking by?
Yeah, you can see it. It was pointed out pretty early, I think.
Okay, so had that already been known to have been there? Or did you find it?
It is already known. It was brought to my attention.
So somebody already told you that there's suspected controlled
Correct.
substance in there, and you
Correct.
went back and get it? Okay. And so what you did with that bag then was you took it to the property and evidence room?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay, when would that have been? How much later?
It was that day. I think it was logged in on the 13th. Later that day, myself and Investigator Sparkman together did it.
Okay, you Investigator Sparkman. Do you know was it you, Investigator Sparkman, in the chain of custody?
Him. I was with him because I went and field tested before we took it. And
And,
therefore, we gave me the item number JS4, Jerry Sparkman 4.
Okay.
The item number.
And do you know who got it out of the property and evidence room?
To be tested.
Let me just ask you what you're pulling out there to refresh your memory with.
Property and evidence sheet, which would document the chain of custody. Or actually the lab report. I don't have what chemist, but it would have been brought out later, at a later date, to be positively identified by the forensic crime lab, but I don't know which chemist did it.
Okay, so would the chemist have come and gotten it, or did somebody else get it and take it to the chemist?
No, the chemist would come down. They would put in a request saying it wanted to be analyzed, and then the chemist would come from the lab, pick it up out of property and evidence, and take it back to the lab.
Okay, so you don't know who the chemist was?
I do know.
So you don't know who then had that State's Exhibit number 9 after you?
I don't.
Did you bring it to court today?
I did not.
Do you know who brought it to court today?
Not exactly. I could assume it would be the lead investigator, Investigator Sparkman.
Do you know who gave it to Investigator Sparkman?
In property and evidence, I do not.
Just a couple other questions. Did you have any other involvement in the case after the 13th?
Yes, I obtained another search warrant for 2 Tyndall Avenue.
Okay, and when did you write your report?
I wrote it months earlier, but it wasn't finalized until October 2024. It was a rough draft. It did not get processed.
What does being processed mean?
Clear through the what we call our Code 5, an incident report system, where it's set in limbo for a time as a draft before it was approved.
Okay, when was it approved?
October 15, 2024.
2024. Was that after you met with the prosecutor's office to prepare for trial?
I'm not sure if that's when we did or not. I can't recall when we met. But it was close to that because we're doing an inventory of what needed to be done, and this is one thing that needed to be done.
For finalizing the report.
That's correct.
One moment, please. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else? Other than say.
Okay, so what I want to know is when they've got video of him on the bicycle, where has he got, like, has he got something on that's got pockets on, like, you know, because he's got rose petals he's got to sling all over the place, booger sugar he's got to lay out for it to look like, you know. Did he bring his own knife or did he use one that was already there? I mean, I'm confused. Like, did he have a backpack that he was smuggling all this? I mean, imagine getting pulled over and finding a bag of rose petals and a bag of booger sugar. Jeez.
Kristen Marie McCall. Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you're currently employed and what your role is there?
I work for Greenville County Department of Public Safety, the Forensics Division.
Okay. And
I like to hear her
what
talk.
specifically do you do for the Forensics Division?
I work in drug analysis.
Okay. And could you break down a little bit about what is drug analysis? I know for some of us, but what is drug analysis?
So in my job, I'm a forensic chemist. So officers may pull a suspect over or arrive on a scene and there's suspected drugs there. So they collect them from the suspect and then they submit them for property and evidence for analysis. Sometimes on the TV shows, you may see that they do a chemical color test and then they put it on top of the hood. Well, that's giving them an indication of what they're looking at. But a problem is sometimes I can give false positives, such as cocaine and benzocaine will both give you the same color test. So that's important why those drugs come to us, because we confirm or we not confirm what the officer thinks it is.
Okay. And what is your background there as far as education and how you landed in that role with the sheriff's office?
Before I worked in forensics with the Department of Public Safety, I worked 13 years as a pharmacy technician, and then I also did 2 years at family court, and then I have 10 years currently with the forensics division. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology, minor in chemistry, and a master's in pharmacogenomics from the Manchester School of Pharmacy.
And you may have said this, and I apologize for
Yes.
saying it again.
Well, that was a
How long
mouthful.
have you been in your current role with the sheriff's office?
I've worked for Greenville County Department of Public Safety. We're separate from the sheriff's office.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we have, I've been there for 10 years, and before that, I worked 2 years in family court.
Okay. And in your current position, is it fair to say it primarily consists of you processing and analyzing these substances that are submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Suspected controlled substances.
And approximately how many cases a month do you process?
I would say in a year, I'll do over 10,000 cases.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. McCall as an expert in drug analysis.
Really smart cookie, right?
I've got no objection.
Okay. The court will find her qualified pursuant to the agreement of the parties in drug analysis.
Ooh, I like her earrings.
An expert witness is a person
Let's see,
Normally,
wonder
a
if our
person
lobes
cannot
are
give an
attached.
opinion, but an expert witness is allowed to. And so when a person testifies, normally they must testify as to either what they saw, they heard, or sensed by smell. However, we do have an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas the court qualifies, in which the court qualifies.
Now I'm gonna look at
And this
everybody's
witness will be
ears.
qualified in the area of drug analysis to give an opinion testimony in the area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCall, are you involved, how are you involved in the present case?
Well, I don't really read the background on all the cases that we get because we get so many in. Currently, our backlog is 7 months behind. So how I got a subpoena, and then I had a pre-trial meeting with the solicitors, and that is how I became involved that this was going to be going to court.
Okay, let me get more specific. Were you charged with processing any substances as it relates to this case?
I was involved with this case because the officer requested it to be analyzed. Because I'm assuming at scene, he thought it was a controlled substance, so he went to property and evidence, put the evidence there, and put a lab request with it. And then I go down to property and evidence and I say, can I have some drugs? And they hand me sometimes 60 cases of drugs, and I have to go through every single one of them and analyze them. And then I write a report, and then the report goes out to the different parties that are involved in the case.
Okay. If I showed you a specific item, would you be able to confirm whether or not you conducted any testing on it for this case?
Yes, because when I receive my stuff, I make sure it's sealed by the officer, and if it's not, it goes back down to property and evidence, because you want to make sure your evidence is sealed, because that means that somebody could have tampered with it. So if it was open, I take it back down to property, and I say, I'm not working this item, you need to get the officer to fix this. So when it gets fixed, I will go back down there and I will get the item, and I'll come back to the lab and I'll do a chemical test that gives me an idea of what I'm looking at, and then I do 2 confirmatory tests, which is a FTIR and a GCMS analysis.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9, that's currently in evidence. Showing you State's Exhibit 9 there.
Okay.
Could you confirm whether or not that's the item that you did testing for specifically for this case?
Okay. Should I leave it down here? Am I allowed to bring it out?
You can.
Okay. Okay. Yes. This is my item.
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a date when I worked it, and then there are my initials. And then here's a date when I opened the officer's bag that he sealed it in. And then after I weighed it, here is the weight of the item and then the item. So my initialing is all over this bag.
Okay. Did you create a report that indicated your findings as to what that substance was?
I did.
Okay. And what did you determine that substance to be?
And, Your Honor, I would object from the standpoint, Rule 901, for the purpose of authentication of the exhibit, the state has to establish from beginning to end, because it's fungible, who handled it, what they did with it. The probative value of her opinion as it relates to the nature of that substance is nil, because there's been no chain of custody established, no full chain of custody established as to what happened from the time it was seized.
Well, the judge is going to overrule that quick.
So that we would object pursuant to 403.
And I would overrule, and your objection is noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of any testing you conducted on State's Exhibit 9?
So after the test is, after we analyze the substance, I create a report, and it goes through peer review, which is that one of my peers have to look at my results, and we have to agree that we both agree that this substance is what it is. So when he has a state exhibit, I have an item of JS4, and it was described as a bag containing powder substance when I received it. But when I work my cases, I take everything out of the bag, because weight is very important when you're looking at charges for individuals. So I did create a report, and here it is.
Okay.
Right,
And
Donnie.
What did you determine? Did you determine
Absolutely.
that item is a controlled substance?
I did determine that this item is a controlled substance, yes.
And what controlled substance?
Cocaine, 4.97 grams.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit, and I realize, it's extremely complex, and you spoke about it a little bit, but what type of testing you do to break down that finding?
Yes, so at first I do a chemical spot test, like I said, like you watch on the shows, just to give you an idea. You get a color change. You're like, okay, like blue, maybe benzocaine, cocaine, procaine. So in this instant, I got this bag.
Who
containing
knew there
powder
were that
substance,
many
Took it out of
canes?
the bag, weighed it. That 4.97 grams is the net weight, not the gross weight. Then after that, I ran it on an FTIR, and that basically puts light through the drug so it vibrates and then you can see it. But the problem in this case is that the FTIR is only good for pure substances. It's not good with cutters. So sometimes when people sell drugs, they like to bulk up what they have. So they put other things in it. Say they might put procaine. There might be procaine, cocaine, and benzocaine in there, but I'm looking for that cocaine.
Lord have
FTIR,
mercy.
I cannot see it. So I have to take it to another instrument called the GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it will separate out each individual ones. So if you go to your house and you take 5 different pills and you crush them all up and it's a white substance and that comes to me, I can tell you everything that you put in there.
Okay. So I know you spoke to it earlier, but how many times, ballpark, have you analyzed cocaine specifically? In your criminal?
Oh my goodness.
Don't forget the lidocaine.
I've been working 10 years and we do over 10,000 cases. I would say in Greenville, methamphetamines, number 1, cocaine and fentanyl. Cocaine's probably fentanyl's probably coming in at number 2, and cocaine's probably coming in at number 3. So not as often as it has been in the past. It's just you drug trends of what people are doing.
Safe to say hundreds of times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. What would you say is to the quality of the cocaine, the State's Exhibit 9 in this particular case?
Well, I can say after the analysis, it did have cutters in it. So usually when we analyze cocaine or cocaine base, which is crack, we can use the FTIR because it's usually a pure substance. But in this case, I couldn't see that backbone of the drug, so I had to take it to the GCMS. So it did have other substances in it. So I can't tell you a number on purity, but I can tell you that there were other substances in it.
At least to the extent that you had to do subsequent
I had
testing?
to do a subsequent question, yes.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You said you worked in the family court?
Yes, sir.
What did you do in the family court?
I took payments and I translated in the courtroom.
Okay.
People picked up on bench warrants for child support.
You translated, do you speak another language?
Yes, sir.
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
All right. I wish I could do that. So, just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You said that you roughly process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of cases.
It is. We have a quota we have to make every month.
Okay. What's that quota?
100.
Wow, you're way above that. And you don't work 7 days a week, do you?
No, I work Monday through Friday.
Quit flirting with her, sir.
Just kind of interesting. At 10,000 cases a year, would it surprise you if you worked every single day of the year, you would on average test 27.3 cases a day?
Yeah. Just sometimes there's single item cases and you're talking about an 8-hour day. So we set up a whole run. Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a lot of samples to test.
It is.
Okay. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, anything else from the state? Nothing from the state, Your Honor. You may step down. Thank you.
I think, sir.
Should be released.
No objection.
Lord, Lord, Lord. That felt slimy. Slimy.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call
Sorry.
Milagros Miracalo.
Sitting over here doing my nails. Doing my nails. Doing my nails. Who didn't love Abby from NCIS? I didn't even watch NCIS and I loved Abby. It's funny because I have a cousin named Abby who dressed like Abby for Halloween one year.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Milagros Maracayo.
Ms. Miracalo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently live?
My address is 133 Cambridge Drive on Greer, South Carolina.
Okay. Were you living, how long have you lived there?
Around 9 years.
So you were living there throughout 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the crime that occurred in October of 2021 on Canebrake Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about your home there. At the time in 2021, did you have cameras around your home?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I think like 7 cameras around my house.
Okay. And on October 13th or thereabouts of 2021, did law enforcement come to you specifically?
Yes, they went to my house.
Okay. And what were did they ask about some cameras?
Yes, they asked about if I have some camera available.
Okay. Did you give them access to your cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take
I'm over here
footage
being
from your
loud and
cameras
obnoxious
from
with
that
these
Yes,
nails.
they did.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity prior to trial to review footage from your cameras that day?
After they did it, yes, I was looking for.
If I showed you the USB of that footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 15. Showing you State's Exhibit 15. Is that your?
Yeah, this is my signature.
Yes. Okay, so you had a
Yes.
chance to review that footage?
Yes.
And it's accurate from that day?
Yes.
From your home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move the evidence, State's Exhibit 15.
We have no objection, Your Honor. Without objection, number 15 comes in.
Mayor Collins, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Oh, have a good night, Brenda. See you tomorrow, darling.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Peyton Sellers.
Wow, I think that was the first time we've seen a smile crack out of his face. He squeaked one little bitty smile out.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Donald Peyton Sellers.
Mr. Sellers, good afternoon. Could you tell the jury where you currently live?
207 Saratoga Drive in Greer, South Carolina, Canebrake neighborhood.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
Since 2009.
So safe to say you were living there in 2021.
That's correct.
And for the jury, approximately, are you familiar with a crime that occurred in the Canebrake neighborhood on October 13th of 2021?
I am aware.
Are you familiar with the residence 122 Canebrake? At least where it is?
Yes, drive past it occasionally.
Okay. Approximately how far from your residence is 122 Canebrake?
So I think there's 380 something homes in the Canebrake neighborhood. I'm on Saratoga, which is on the other side of the neighborhood, I would call it.
Okay, so ballpark.
Probably about 4 streets away.
Okay, less than half a mile?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet with law enforcement after that incident, October 13th of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was October 21st. A deputy came by that house and asked if they could have footage from our camera.
Okay, so you had cameras on your house at the time?
I did.
Okay. And in meeting with law enforcement, did you provide them with footage that they were requesting or looking for at that time?
I did. I think I emailed Deputy Barnett a link to all the footage from that day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the footage there was accurate and represented what it recorded that day?
Yeah, it was just pulled directly from the desk cam and submitted directly to the deputy.
Got it. Did you have a chance to review that specific footage prior to today's trial?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed it to you, would you recognize your initials?
I would.
I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 12.
Oh my gosh, you're right, Michelle, he does.
Yep.
Are those your initials on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, it is.
And what's contained on here
He totally
accurately
does.
represents the footage that you provided to law enforcement from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 12.
Now I can't unsee it.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection.
Mr. Sellers, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Any cross?
Just a few questions. Mr. Sellers, so you said you're about 4 streets away, somewhere around a half mile away?
I mean, I would call it the other side of the neighborhood. Yes.
And you've been made aware that the incident was on 10/13 of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And had you spoken to any law enforcement officers between October 13th of 2021 and October 21st of 2021 when you turned over the video?
No, not until the deputy came to my door.
Okay. Had you looked at those cameras to see if there was anything of significance prior to the officers talking to you?
No, sir. I had no idea what they were looking for at the time. They just asked me to submit the date's footage, and I did.
Okay. So you were just asked to give them all the footage from this one particular day?
That's correct.
Do you remember from how early until how late?
It was, I mean, basically the officer came to my door on the 21st of October of 2021, and I submitted pretty much the entire day's footage from the October 13th.
And the way you gave it to them was by email?
By email, correct. I emailed a link that gave them the full width of footage that they were looking for, and I think it was just, they said, give me as much as you can, and I gave it the entire date range.
Okay. I think that's all I have. One moment. No more questions. Thank you.
Nothing to say. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Stacy Rushing.
They're just batting through these witnesses left and right. One right after the other. Oh, wow, really, Michelle? That's cool. That's crazy.
stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or
Really?
affirm to tell the
Why,
truth, the whole truth,
Michelle?
and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Stacy Rushing,
Ms. Rushing, good afternoon. Where do you currently live?
116 Canebrake Drive in Greer.
And how long have you lived there?
About going on 6 years now.
Okay, so you're living there in 2021?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a crime that took place on 122 Canebrake on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, I am.
And I know you're on the same street, but approximately how close to 122 Canebrake is your residence?
They're 3 houses down.
Aha.
Okay. Did law enforcement ever reach out to you around this time looking for potentially video footage regarding
Yes.
that? Did you provide them? Do you have videos on your residence?
Yes,
Or cameras, I should say.
I do.
Did you turn over to law enforcement any materials or videos related to that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review them at any point?
Yes.
And if I showed you that USB, would you recognize your initials on it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 13. Are those your initials on there?
Yes, those are mine.
So did you have a chance to review the contents of this USB?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is it accurate and represent events that took place that morning?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Ms. Rushing, thanks so much. I have nothing else for you.
Okay, thank you.
No question. Thank you.
Wow. And another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Emily Brunson.
I swear this man's face never changes. Like, I want to walk up to him and poke him in the ribs like you do the Pillsbury Doughboy and see if he goes, you know what I mean? That's what I want to do.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Thank you. Please be seated.
Emily Brunson.
Ms. Brunson, where do you live?
Where did I live or where do I now?
Where do you currently reside?
100 Steeple View Court in Greer.
And back in October of 2021, where were you living?
At 121 Canebrake Drive.
And where is that in location to where the murder of Christina Parcell occurred?
Right across the street.
And during that day, did you have the occasion to talk to law enforcement about some ring camera footage?
I did.
And about when did you talk to them about possible ring camera footage?
It's like maybe 2 hours after everything happened.
And how long have you owned a ring camera?
We got it the Christmas before, so Christmas 2020.
And was it functioning properly on October 13th?
It was.
Do you know how often it would cut on or cut off? Was there something unique about this ring
Yes,
camera?
it was triggered by cars going down the road, and it was very annoying.
So with that, did you receive notices of when your Ring camera cut on?
Yes, every time.
And did you receive the actual footage of it?
Yes,
And so were you receiving a lot of footage?
constantly, yes.
So whenever a car would pass by, it would cut on.
It would.
Did you have the occasion to give Ring footage to law enforcement that day?
We did.
Okay. And have you reviewed that footage?
Mm-hmm, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 14 and ask you if that is your initials.
That is my initials.
All right. And is this the footage from your Ring camera that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of what that Ring camera shows?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
There are no questions.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the State would call Harvey Shropshire.
Sorry, sir, please stop doing that. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thanks, please. Please state your name for the record.
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire spelled S-H-R-O-P-S-H-I-R-E.
Agent Shropshire, with whom are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED.
And how long have you been with SLED?
25 years total, 31 years in total.
Congratulations. And what are your main duties for SLED?
I'm a tech agent.
Okay, what is a tech agent?
One part of my jobs is audio and video enhancements for the state.
For SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell this jury how that works.
Well, what we do in tech services, once we had that part of the division is whomever, it has to be local law enforcement or federal, we bring the product to us and we input that information into the computer to a format in which it's recognized.
And are you basically working enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
And have you had any special training on that enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
What type of training?
Through the company that we use is the computer system is adjudicated. They send us off to Cary, North Carolina for training.
And how long is that training?
Well, it's ongoing, yearly software update. And once you get your certification, you certify to enhance video and audio through the system.
And what are the abilities of this software?
It's only enhanced what's given to us. We can't change anything. Matter of fact, when someone brings us a video, we dump it into the system, we get the original back to whomever brings it to us, and we enhance while they're there, tell us what they need and want. And we enhance it from a still shot, and also we put it on CD or DVD form.
And then is that what you return back to law enforcement who requests it?
Yes, sir.
Is it typically requested by law enforcement that you assist them in enhancing some sort of video?
Only law enforcement. We don't do it for the general public. Yes, sir.
And does it matter where the video came from? If it came from a Ring camera or a Nest camera or any of the like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter what format they bring it to us. If it's analog or digital, we dump it into the system. Of course, we got to have a means of dumping it into the system. Through VHS tape, we put it into the system and it converts into a format we can enhance.
So in this particular case, did law enforcement request you to enhance some videos?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that for them?
Yes, sir.
Already admitted into evidence is videos of 121 Canebrake, 133 Canebrake, 207 Saratoga, and 116 Canebrake.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the occasion to dump those items into your system and assist law enforcement enhancing those?
Yes, sir. And once we dump it into the system, whatever we finish, we always put it on a CD or a DVD, and we mark it and give it back to whatever department brings it to us.
I'm going to show you some, and can you create stills enhancement from video?
Yes, sir, we can.
And how do you do that with this video?
The system, we make sure our system's never on the network, so no one can have access to it. Only the persons who are there to enhance the video. So once we do that, we have a printer that's set up for the particular enhancement machine, and we print it from there and give it to whomever needs it.
And so you print them out right there?
Yes, sir.
And that's the enhanced part of the video?
Yes, sir.
So you can, I guess, see deeper into the picture,
Right.
in essence?
And also, we also give those printed videos or printed still shots onto that same media, so that officer will have that same stuff too as well. He or she also.
And then they take that
Yes,
media
sir.
with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as. I hate wearing glasses. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. Please take your time looking.
Yes, sir, I do.
And so, what did you do with States Exhibit 14 that you would do in your computer?
Well, first, when we download the information to the computer, the officer who's there that needs the information, we comb through all the different video shots or some cases still shots, and he said, well, this is the point of interest here, so I take the point of interest and actually magnify what's there. I can't change anything. I can't add anything to it. I can magnify what's there by zooming in on it, putting a highlight on it, like you see those circles on there, things of that nature.
All right, so I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16 as well. Describe what you did on that one.
Well, one of the things we try to do is, if we have a person of interest, if we can get the video and comb it and follow it to where he or she is going to get some type of identifying marks off the person. In some cases like this, when there's a long distance like this, we tell that person, whoever the police officer is, hey, this guy's of a certain height or a certain build. Whereas he and she can go back to wherever the crime has happened, he can mark it and pinpoint how tall that person is. We do the same thing when it comes to bank robberies as well. We try to get them in the doorway to figure out how tall he is or how wide he or she is.
And so in this case, did you enhance a particular area?
Yes, sir. The front doorway, you can see the individual with a white sweatshirt, appeared to be a white sweatshirt on, and it looked like a backpack.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 16 through 23 into evidence.
We've already viewed those when we do not have an objection.
No objection. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 come in as states exhibits that come into evidence.
All right, Agent Shropshire, I'm going to ask you about States Exhibit 15. That would be 133 Canebrake.
Was that taken down to you for enhancement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to show you States Exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Ask you to take a look at those and see if those are the stills that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir.
And are those the photos that you were asked to enhance off that video cameras that you received?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate
Yes, sir. It is.
representations? And where did you focus your enhancement on these particular, on exhibits 24 through?
On the individual on the bicycle, because it's not known for a person to ride a bicycle with a face mask on. So I try to get, it's a pretty tall bike. I'm 6'5" myself, so the person had to be a good sized person. So I try to get some type of features of the person, individual riding the bike, say for the mask he had on, and also he was dressed in all black.
Your state moves exhibits 24 through 30.
I'm sorry, that's my blood meter. I'm sorry, sir. That's somebody, I thought it was turned off. It's still ringing, I'm sorry.
24 through 30, Your Honor. Make sure I got them right.
We have no objection. No objection. States Exhibits 24 through 30 come into evidence.
And then I'm going to refer you to States Exhibit 12, where you asked to enhance photos on that particular ring camera.
Yes, sir.
And that is 207 Saratoga. I'm going to show you States Exhibits 31 through 36. See if those are the photos that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir. A point of interest, yes, sir.
And how did you? And I noticed there's a circle around it. Is that part of your software to help enhance it?
Yes, sir, it is. Right. What it does, we tell the computer to zoom in on the moving object, and once we zoom in on it, in some cases, if the sun is shining directly on the camera itself, we try to even the playing field, you might say, make it so that it's like it's normal. And that's what we did at that point in time, is put a circle around it, because the sunlight itself was almost blinding the camera.
So, Mr. Agent Shropshire, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16. This is a good test run. To this jury, and Agent Shropshire, you don't know anything about this case.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, and so I want you to talk about the circle and the enhancement.
When we get cases in from all different departments, we really have a ball in the game. That's why we say we bring an officer in and tell us what he or she wants when we do these enhancements. And this is one of the cases where you got the camera shooting from a dark spot into a light spot to another dark spot, which is across the street. So we put the enhancement, we tried to put focus on the individual that's in the doorway by using light and darkness of the enhancement system itself.
If you'll answer any questions, defense counsel.
Yes, sir.
have for you.
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
Right, exactly, P. Lola. Had it all done. Just to be told, thank you. I have no more questions. Goodbye. Goodbye. Donnie, I'm sort of there with you. Donnie says my brain can't connect him with something so horrible. I can and I can't. You know what I mean? Especially after seeing him play the piano. Oh my God. What are we waiting on? I don't know, you guys. I don't know about him.
Or with anyone. We're going to take a short break, and then I anticipate 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will resume testimony for the remainder of the afternoon. Okay? Thank you again.
Right, Morgana. Not all monsters look like monsters. Yeah. He's a prime example, right? But the thing with Ted Bundy is he was very charismatic. I mean, very charismatic, you know? This guy looks like he's like a just a wet blanket. And, I mean, all right, so they take a quick break. All right, we are in real time, folks. Real time. Here, I'll show you my nails. I just done them again. It's the same ones I already had, but I had like enough left over. Some of them are a little too, I had to like file them down a little bit, but they're the Valentine's Day kiss. They're all like pink and white sequin glitter. Pretty. Pretty, pretty, pretty. These are the next set I'm going to wear. I've already worn these once. And I like them. They're Fantasy Magnetic Velvety Effect Kiss Gel. And they're like silver holographic. Hold on a minute. Let me just do this real quick. Hold on. There you go. A little bigger. But they're silver, like spark, like holographic. They're really pretty. But these are they're like nude on the bottom, and then the tips are like a pink sequiny glitter. They're really pretty. I like these a lot. I have to cut. They're not too long, but um, they're longer than I mean, I've had way longer than this before. Like way longer than this. But in my current season, I will be cutting these back a little bit. As a matter of fact, I need to go find my clippers. Pilola, I've been seeing those. And I'm not sure. I've not tried those. But the glue looks interesting. Cat eye, yeah. Um, Donnie said, did I already tell y'all this? Chris and I lived in Issaquah, Washington. I'm sure I butchered that. For 10 years, right outside of Seattle. Lake, Sammamish was in our town. It is also the lake Ted Bundy disposed of the bodies. Oh my God. Wow. Look! Ah! Hi. Hi, you. QB, been a member for 3 months. It's been longer than that, but hi. Love and miss you. Aww. Hi. It's so good to see you. Mm. Um, Michelle says, OMG, that's so cool. She's a Bundy fanatic. Yeah. I know. Everybody's like, QB. Mm. QB, well, wait a minute. QB says, thanks, y'all. I love and miss you so, so much. Oh, we miss you so much. Hope you're doing okay today. Hope you're doing okay today. QB, you have got to check this trial that we just started out. It's crazy. Crazy. I'm just saying, it's really crazy. She said, I'll be back soon. Just popped in to say hey. Hey, girl, hey. Yeah, you gotta watch it. It's good. It's been really good. It's been very, very good. All right, I'm gonna have to go find my nail clippers. All right, we're waiting. We're waiting. Hey, Melinda. Melinda said, I've got y'all in the background while I work on tax stuff. Ooh. Ugh. Yuck. I'm not looking forward to that. I put it off way longer than I need to every year. Hmm. Oh my god, the yellows are coming back. Make them go away. Make them go away. Michelle said, "Oh, Donnie, I instantly knew when I read it."
Y'all ready? Anything before I get the jury back?
Nothing from the defense, John.
Okay, bring the jury back. Thank you.
Michelle, was the Bundy trial like? Can is that viewable? Like the entirety of it, or just like random clips? Who was he just talking to? Himself? Hopefully, he was talking to his attorney. Michelle said, "I'll look. I've just seen large clips in documentaries." I mean, I've seen clips here and there, but that would be a really good one to watch. Hmm. Oh, man. You just found it? Oh, shoosh. 105 video playlist. Oh my god.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Donna Gorman.
3 to 5 minutes each. Donnie said exactly, Michelle. I think he also went up to a town called Falls City, Washington, and made some deposits. It's a beautiful mountain area. You wouldn't think anything bad would happen there. Oh my god, Hmm. Okay. You can.
Raise your right hand. Do you
Okay,
solemnly swear
here
or
they
affirm
come.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Donna Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gorman, can you tell this jury where you reside?
117 Caneburg Drive,
All right. And how long have you lived there?
15 years.
15 years. And so you were living there on October 13th, 2021?
We were.
And do you remember that day?
I do.
And before we ask you about that day, did you know Christina Parcell?
No.
Had you ever talked to her or seen her?
No, I've seen her, but I never talked to her.
And did you know where she lived?
Yes.
Where did she live?
122.
And where is your house in relation to 122?
Like 3 away, on the opposite side of the street.
Okay. And so that morning of October 13th, 2021, what were you doing?
Having my morning coffee.
Is that what you typically do every morning?
Because my husband has just had gone back to work.
And are you currently working?
No.
Are you retired?
We're all retired.
Congratulations. So that morning, where do you usually take your morning coffee?
At the kitchen table. By the window.
By the window. And the window that you're referring to, what does it look out onto?
The Canebrake Drive.
And is there a sidewalk that you can see?
Yes.
And if somebody were to walk or bike past you, would you be able to notice them?
Yes.
That morning, are you familiar with Christina Parcell's daughter?
Yes, I saw her taking her daughter to school that morning, walking.
So you saw Christina Parcell and her
That
daughter?
morning, yeah, going to school.
And how would they go to school and pass your house?
They walk up to the end of the street, the school's across the road.
And so about what time did you see them
It was like 7:30.
7:30? Do you remember what Ida was wearing that morning?
No.
Did she have a backpack on?
Yes.
All right, and so you saw that from your kitchen table, is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108, and I ask if you recognize that photo.
I do.
What is that?
That's my plant.
That's your plant?
That's my side window that goes out to Canebrake, which is right here.
And is that the view you have from where you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the view you had on that morning?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection. 108 comes in without objection.
If I can. Yay. Do you see that photo, Ms. Gorman? And is that, so if you, in that photo, about where were you sitting on the closest part of that photo looking towards the plant?
I was sitting facing this way, and I was looking out that way.
And looking out the window right there?
Mhm.
And out the window, is that Canebrake
It is.
right there?
It is.
So you testified that you saw Ida and Christina walk past you towards school.
Mm-hmm.
And around 8:15, were you still sitting there at your thing?
I was.
At your seat, at your table. Did you see anything of interest that day?
Yeah, I saw somebody on a bicycle.
All right, and so tell this jury what you would have seen from that vantage point right there.
There was a guy on a bicycle right here, just in all black with put a mask on his face.
So where about, and so I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about where those two trees were?
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there and see him? All right, and so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. It was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up and I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over and you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so, what color skin did he have?
White.
What color hair did he have?
Kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
Okay. And were you able to see his face?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Mhm.
How would you see his face?
Because he kind of turned and then turned back.
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he was wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
Okay, he's putting his gloves on.
Hmm.
And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask.
And
And a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood or?
No, the hood on his coat.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize, let me ask you this, is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes.
How so?
It just does.
Is it the same color bike? Is it the same clothes? I need you to respond.
Yes, it's just scary.
Is it the same mask that you
Yes.
saw and put on? And is it the same type of hood or hat?
Yes,
Okay. And what about a backpack?
it's on there. It looks black.
Is that the same
Oh, good night, Michelle.
person that you saw that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
Have a good night.
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you point him out for me?
Right there.
Are you pointing to the defendant?
He's right there.
Or let the record reflect that she's pointing to the defendant, Zach Hughes. Reflects that. Ms. Gorman, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
And were you able to kind of see the activity going across over at 122 Canebrake?
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there, yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day
Oh,
about what you
gosh.
saw?
I have no idea. There was so many. So many.
Ms. Gorman, if you'll just answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gorman.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andy Mormon. We've never met before.
No.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a person in a white mask. Remember that?
Yes.
And you looked at that. You looked at that picture and you said, that's the white mask." You remember saying that?
Yes.
you talked about, let me back up. If I understood your testimony, you said that you had seen Christina Parcell, but you never talked to her. Is that
I
correct?
never talked to her, no.
Right, but you had seen her.
I had seen her,
Right.
yeah.
You also talked about seeing Brad Post. Is that right?
Yeah, in the driveway.
And isn't it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth and then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2024? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened, they came to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when they came to your home, did they tell you that there was a trial coming up?
They said they didn't know when.
But that there would be a trial?
There would be, yeah.
Right. And that's when they talked to you about things that happened more than 3 years earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember in the conversation you had with them more than 3 years after this happened, telling them that you knew what Brad Post looked like because you had seen him at Christina's house? Do you remember that?
Yes. I saw him in the driveway and then a few times going into her home when they were dating.
And it sounds like you sort of have your pulse on what's happening in the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Does that usually happen when you're drinking coffee in the morning?
Yeah, I just watch out for people. I don't know. It's just an instinct I have always had.
No, I get it. So if you were looking out that window a good bit, I mean, isn't it true? Or you tell me, did you see Brad Post at that location a lot?
Not a lot, no, a couple times. But I did see him that day that unfortunate mishap happened.
But you saw him there enough where you felt like you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Would you see, you talked about Christina and her daughter Aida. You testified about that. Do you remember that earlier?
Yes.
You talked about how you would see them going to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you may please answer yes, if you,
Yes.
just to make it clear. And she went to Buena Vista, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Which, and what time would she typically be home, come home?
2:30.
2:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, they get home at 2:30.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was on, or you tell me, did you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of detectives, sheriffs, a lot of people talking to us.
Okay. But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth was more than 3 years after this happened, is that correct?
That's correct.
One second.
This poor woman looks terrified.
Two more questions. In one of the exhibits, Mr. Wilkins showed you the person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, a hoodie that was on the coat.
So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie? Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
You redirect. No redirect, Ron.
Ma'am, thank you. You released. Counsel.
Yes, we release her.
That way, thank you.
All right, so we have one person so far that has like ID'd
State
him,
calls Riley Stokes.
but I don't know how confident I am in her testimony, only because it was like, I don't know. Right, Donnie? What the defense did there was try to put a little bit of reasonable doubt, in the jurors' minds about, how long it was when they questioned her and all that stuff. So
Promise swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
My name is Raleigh Stokes.
this guy looks mighty fresh.
Stokes, what's your rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy.
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to make sure I get that right. Master Deputy Stokes, who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2013.
And what have you done for the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Worked uniform patrol, K-9, homicide, Master Deputy on uniform patrol, and I'm in CID now.
What is CID?
It is Criminal Investigation Division, and I'm assigned to the arson unit.
What does the arson unit do?
Investigating fires. Yes, sir.
Those can be complex.
They can be.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that murder?
At the time, in 2021, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was contacted while at the law enforcement center in the homicide office to respond to that location in reference to a death investigation.
And did you respond?
I did.
All right. About what time did you respond?
Roughly 11:30, around that time frame.
Was there a lot of manpower asked to come out there and assist in this investigation?
Yes, sir, there was.
So did you respond out to 113 Canebrake? I'm sorry, 122 Canebrake?
Yes, I responded to that location and assisted in blocking off the already roped off scene using my patrol vehicle at that time.
What did the scene look like when you got there?
Crime scene tape was already up, blocking off the roadway. The roadway was still open. However, there was nothing blocking the actual road, so that's why I used my patrol vehicle. And there were multiple investigators on scene, along with other uniform patrol deputies as well.
I'm just asking you to just bring that microphone just a touch for us to make sure. I just want to make sure this jury can hear you.
Copy. Gotcha.
And so, so when you got there, what was the first thing you did when you got there?
I met with Investigator Sparkman, and I was tasked with starting the neighborhood canvass.
Okay. So Investigator Sparkman was lead investigator on scene.
Yes.
All right. And again, what was so were you delegated duties, I guess?
Yes, I was. As far as the neighborhood canvass, checking for security cameras within the immediate vicinity of the SM location.
All right. So two questions. One, what was the purpose of that? And two, how did y'all organize that?
So the purpose of that was to try and determine who was at the residence,
that morning, and then develop a timeline if we were able to do so. And can you repeat your second part of that question?
How did y'all organize it?
So I was tasked with actually being over the neighborhood canvas. And that being said, there was about 6 investigators total that assisted in that. And once they found cameras at certain houses, they would let me know where they were at, and we'd go contact the homeowners and try to make contact with them.
And so in assisting in the neighborhood canvas, do you come familiar with the Canebrake neighborhood?
Yes, very.
And how many houses do you think you canvassed that day?
Probably 25 to 30 myself.
And how would it work? Would you just knock on the door?
We would start by, we started at the incident location and realized there was a Ring doorbell directly across the street from 122, and that was located at 121. And from there, we circled out utilizing Canebrake Drive all the way down to Saratoga and around the entire neighborhood.
Yeah, Miss King, I just wasn't 100% sold. I mean, I want to be, and I wanted to be.
All right, Master
but I
Deputy
just
Sheriff, I'm going to show
wasn't.
you what State's Exhibit 107. I know it's kind of big and bulky. I'm going to hold it right here. Can you tell this jury what this is?
That is a map of the Canebrake subdivision.
All right. And is this an accurate depiction of the subdivision when you were canvassing it?
Yes, sir.
That day?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed there's addresses on here.
Yes.
As well. Do you recognize those addresses?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those addresses points of interest?
They are.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate description of the Canebrake neighborhood with those addresses?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 107 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, number 107 comes in there.
So this jury can understand what y'all are doing. I think I'm showing my age by using an easel. I'm gonna do my best. Is that good? That's right. No, I'm walking around. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I'm trying to turn it. How about that? Sure, thank you. You see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go over this map. If you'll tell this jury and kind of describe this map. Can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where is the entrance to Canebrake neighborhood?
If you see the green square that's parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches, and that's Canebrake Drive right there.
And so where did Christina Parcell live?
At 122.
And is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so we were talking about a Ring camera that you identified. And where was that first Ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across and at an angle from the incident location.
All right. And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live in?
Hers is 117, which is directly across from 116.
Is that right here?
It is.
Okay. And then I have 116 Canebrake.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Canebrake?
Yes, they did not have a Ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the residence.
Okay. And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are walking up and down Canebrake Avenue here. And then what is this road that it deads into?
It runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end, but that's Saratoga Drive that Canebrake runs into.
All right. And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes,
Is
sir,
that
it is.
accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then this is 133 Canebrake?
Yes.
All right. What is the distance between this clump of houses and then 133 and 207?
From 116 to 207 would roughly be about a half a mile there, give or take a few hundred feet.
And so back to 121 Canebrake.
Okay.
You said you identified a ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I met with the homeowner there, I believe his name is Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And standing there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcells' vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
All right. And you've reviewed the ring camera at 121.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 14.
Okay.
Ooh, you guys see that?
Can you describe this to this jury, what you're seeing in the background there, and what caused the ring camera to...
All right, so the white SUV that passed by activates the camera, and while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack, and dark in color pants.
Now, have you reviewed stills of this video?
Yes, sir, I have.
You heard you did not hear, but Sled Agent Hropshire testified about enhancing these photos.
Right.
But when did y'all obtain this evidence in further to the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes, and as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which is, I believe his name again was Chris, he emailed that to me, to my county phone, and I sent that to Sergeant Kelly with the Technical Services Unit with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office for reason being he could see that a lot better in his office on a large big screen TV. And he could give us more details other than watching this on cell phones on scene.
And would you consider this sort of a break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
Hold on, Miss King. Hold on just a second.
So I'm going to show you.
Hold on. Hold on just a minute. and I'll help you see it.
For the you see pass by.
And what call? Describe
Okay.
this to the.
Now, Miss King, if you're looking at the screen, hold on. Let me make this bigger. Let me, hold on. Okay, maybe that'll help by making the video screen bigger. If you look at the house there in the center of the screen to the right of that tree, that white vehicle is going across the screen, right? Here, I'll point to it with my little pointer here, my mouse. This white car passes. As soon as that car moves past the house, right here at the front door, you'll see somebody walking into that house. Watch.
This jury, what you're seeing in the background there, and what caused the ring camera to.
All right, so the white SUV that passed by
See this person
activates
moving
the
right there?
camera. And while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in
It'll
the
play it
background, you'll
again.
see
Just watch.
the
Right there.
suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt.
Yeah, it
a
looks like
backpack,
they have. It looks like they have on a light gray, like a heather gray sweatshirt.
dark in color pants.
Now, have you reviewed stills?
You saw it, Miss King? Yeah. Yep. But what's blowing me away is they go right in the front door. Did she let them in the front? You know what I'm saying? Like, did he knock on the door and she's just like opens the door and he just kind of pushes his way on in, or what?
Of this video.
Yes, sir, I have.
So you heard Agent, you did not hear, Sled Agent Brockshire testified about enhancing these photos. But about when did y'all obtain this evidence in furtherance of the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes. And as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which was, I believe his name again was Chris, he emailed that to me, to my county phone, and I sent that to Sergeant Kelly with the Technical Services Unit with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office for reason being he could see that a lot better in his office on a large big screen TV. And he could give us more details other than watching this on cell phones on scene.
And would you consider this sort of a break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to have you kind of walk us through what we're seeing.
Oh, right, Miss King. Yeah, there's no way you could look at that and say that was 100% him, and, you know, but hopefully they've got better surveillance than that anyway.
All right, so that is a still shot of 122 of the initial ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
All right. And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
That was Miss Parcells, yes.
And that's 122 Cambria, that's Miss Parcells' house?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the same instant location, 122 Cambria, with the suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch, same instant location.
That was Exhibit 18. Exhibit 19.
Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
Exhibit 20.
Be at the front door.
Exhibit 21.
Opening the front door.
And Exhibit 22.
He's stepping inside the residence.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
Briefly, yes, right before it cuts off.
So, as part of your investigation and canvassing, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
And when reviewing the videos or the ring camera from across the street of Christina Parcells' house, did you discover any other times on there that were important to your investigation?
Yes. At that time, that was 9:15 when he had stepped in. So, backing up to a few other of the notifications that Mr. Chris had located, at 9:27, I'm misspeaking here. That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute. At 9:15, he is stepping in the house. She arrives at the home at 9:12. So just a few minutes prior, her vehicle is turning into the driveway.
Would it surprise you if it was about 9:07?
No, that would be
Let's look at the video.
Okay.
All right, and so.
Man, my time's off, but it's
So,
right there.
In addition, were you able to see the comings and goings of Christina Parcells' car?
Yes.
Her sister Tina Parcells' car?
Yes.
And of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post's car.
Yes, sir.
On that as well. Okay, so let's take a look at those. So I'm showing you what states Exhibit 14. And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Is that Tina Parcell?
Yes, it is. All right, this is at 8:11, and the only vehicle there is the sister. Her vehicle is in the driveway.
So, what did your investigation conclude based on that video?
Obviously, the victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
At 8:11?
Yes.
And now what time is that?
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixing to start backing up, which will be the sister leaving.
And what time is that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell's car.
Yep, her vehicle leaves. Yes. And then this is where 9:12, the silver SUV is back in the driveway.
All right, so we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yep.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 9:15 video of the suspect stepping in comes into play.
No, Donnie, she said she took her to school.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit.
She didn't. I don't remember her saying she walked her to school. I think she said she took her to school. So that would make sense. 8:35 a.m. the sister leaves. 8:11, 8:12, I think. The Christina and her daughter are gone by that point. Then the sister leaves at 8:35. 9:12, Christina arrives back home. And then 3 minutes later, the suspect goes through the front door. So to answer Miss King's question about the door, or no, that wasn't Miss King, that was Donnie, said the door must have been unlocked. How would he know that? Well, I mean, he had to have known that the sister was going to leave at some point, right? Like, no, I'm glad you said that, Donnie, because, you know, you never know. I mean, sometimes things for sure, cuz I'm writing these times down on my phone or on my on a piece of paper because I'm like, okay, 9:12 she arrives, 9:15 he walks through the door. So literally that tells me he was sitting there waiting for her, you know. He was sitting there waiting for her. He knew the sister was gone, and he was waiting for her to come home. And as soon as she pulls in and she gets in the door, remember the interview she had wrapped up at 8:47. Yes. So that would have given her about 20, 25 minutes to get back home from wherever her interview was at. If, you know, who knows if she stopped at a gas station or anything like that, you know. But yeah. Yeah, Miss King, her interview wrapped up at 8:47. And she was home 20, 25 minutes later. 3 minutes after she pulls in, he walks in the front door. So that literally would have given her time to get in the house, set her purse down, you know, probably didn't even shut the front door yet, you know, in case they have like a glass, like, storm door or something. It wasn't 8:12, Miss King, it was 9:12. The 8:12 was when the Christina, her car wasn't shown in the driveway because at 8:11 in the morning the car was gone, because at that time she was already, you know, going to take the daughter to school, then go to her interview. But 9:12 is when she pulls in.
I'm gonna show you what's State's Exhibit 105. Another big bulky exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
So this is the 3 stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Is it true and accurate from the information that you reviewed on the
Yes, sir.
cameras?
Yes, sir, it did.
And this map is true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Based on your knowledge. Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
There's no objection.
I'll just hold it briefly. So tell the jury what we see here.
The 3 stills are the 2 on the left and the 1 on the right. And then this is captured, if you see the arrow going from 122 to 121, that shows you the distance between the ring camera and the incident location where you were able to see the suspect stepping up onto the house.
And at what time was that?
That was at 9:15.
I have a question. This is a really random question, but the vocal stenographer sitting there with that thing up to her face, whenever they have testimony that involves cuss words and things, they have to say that, right? Like, right? They have to repeat everything they hear. I would be mortified.
All right. Mr. Stokes, I'm going to show you, I'm going to refer you back to 116 Cambridge
Okay.
to help establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
Is that it right there?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed images, ring cameras from 116. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13. Tell this jury what you're seeing.
Okay. All right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12. This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence.
Oh, Cynthia, that's instead of a stenographer typing, it's a vocal stenographer. So instead of her using a stenograph, whatever you want to call that machine, she speaks the words into that little mouth thing. And I think whatever machine she uses transcribes those words into text.
At 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet, roughly.
So she passes by 907?
It is cool, right?
Christina Parcell does?
Yes.
And so what time does this footage of 116 show you?
This is at 10:57 a.m. and that is a red vehicle, which that's Mr. Post's vehicle.
And was that vehicle in the driveway when you arrived on scene?
It was.
So see, he arrives at about 11 a.m. So this happens, and I think, according to whatever the timestamp-ish that the bike is seen leaving was like 9:20 something. Like, I think they said like 9:27 or something like that. And then literally about 9:30, about an hour and a half later is when the fiance comes home.
So now I'm gonna, so you found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcells at 9:07.
Yes.
Did y'all continue to canvass? even
Or he
after you
doesn't live
located
there,
that?
but you know what I mean.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack. We were able to look for anyone walking, or motorcycle, bicycle, anything like that. So we were able to make contact at 133 Canebrake Drive, where they do not have a ring camera, but they have surveillance footage, much like the one you just watched from the side of their house. And it has multiple different angles.
I'm sorry, I gotta take you back 2 seconds.
That's fine.
I forgot, trying to get all my stuff in. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 104. you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is that?
This is the still shots from 116 Canebrake Drive, along with a map of Canebrake showing 116 and the relevance to 122.
Your Honor, state moves exhibit 104 in evidence.
No objection.
Objection number 104.
So that's just basically stills of the video we just saw.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll take you to 133 Canebrake. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. Now, in establishing this timeline, did you kind of have to go into the data to figure out a little bit?
Yes. So at this location, we actually had a language barrier, and we requested that TSU, which is our technical services unit, come out and assist in pulling the video. So it took a little bit longer to get this than when we were able to get the Ring doorbell. But we were able to view this and locate a suspect on a bicycle from this location right here.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Canebrake?
927.
927.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, all right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit.
Looks
I'm gonna
like
show
he
you
was
some photos.
boogieing, too.
These are stills of State's Exhibit 15.
In motion, he was going pretty quick.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24.
All right, that is from the still shot of the video surveillance from 133. At this point, we realized that we were looking for a white male based on the stature of the shoulders.
And how were you able to determine that it was a white male?
If you look where there's a mask right there, yep, there's a side of the neck that is exposed.
And what kind of bike is the suspect riding?
It appears to be a large frame, either a road bike or a hybrid road mountain bike.
And what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt, and then a dark backpack.
And wearing gloves?
Gloves and a N95 mask.
And were you able to determine kind of what's on his head?
It's either a hat or a beanie.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25.
Another still shot from the same, showing the same.
State's Exhibit 26.
At this point, you can also see at the neck, just behind the mask, you can see shadowing. Looks as if it's a thin beard. At that point, that confirmed that we were looking for a white male.
State's Exhibit 27.
Again, that's the still shot from the video from 133 with the same details of what I just described.
And State's Exhibit 28.
This is from 133 Canebrake from the, if you're facing the house, it will be on the right-hand side. We have been looking at the left-hand side. This is now from the right-hand side view of it. Same individual, same time frame.
State's Exhibit 29.
Video surveillance from 133. This is from the right-hand side.
And of course, did you keep canvassing?
We did.
Were you able to locate any more ring cameras that were important to your investigation?
Yes, sir. We located one more on Saratoga, which is the road that Canebrake Drive runs into, and that's at 207, and that was at 938. Excuse me, 928. 927 for the last house, and this one is 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead again. I'm going to run you back to 133. But I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. State's Exhibit 106.
Yes, sir.
Is that 133?
That is 133 Canebrake Drive. Yes, sir.
And what's the timeline?
That's at 9:27 a.m. and the map below shows the location.
State moves 106 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, number 106.
Okay. And then finally, State's Exhibit 102. State's Exhibit 102.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That is from the video surveillance from 133, showing the neckline of the Caucasian male.
State moves 102 into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
All right. Now let's go to 207. Tell us, sir, about 207 Saratoga.
207 Saratoga is down the road from the incident location. Now, the ring doorbell at this location captured a couple walking, and then directly thereafter, the same subject that was on the bicycle captured at 133 was seen going from left to right, passing by the residence. This is in the same direction in which it just came from, passing 133.
So the last one was at 133.
Yes, sir.
And then down here to the right of State's Exhibit 107 is 207 Saratoga.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12. I'll let you tell this jury about it.
So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga and the intersection of Canebrake is to the left of this or the front of this house. The intersection is up to the left, and here comes the gentleman on a bicycle from left to right. That was at 9:28.
That was at 9:28. All right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 31.
So that's a still shot from the video from 207 Saratoga.
State's Exhibit 32.
Another still shot, same location.
Is that the same individual at 133 Canebrake?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 33.
Same individual, same video surveillance, still shot.
State's Exhibit 34.
Another still shot of the same.
And State's Exhibit 35.
And that's the last image we have of the individual passing. 207 Saratoga.
I didn't see a helmet.
So in
Miss King.
establishing everything that we've talked about now, did you create sort
I'm gonna rewind it back real quick. It just looked like a.
Same individual, same video
It looks like a
surveillance, still
beanie
shot.
to me. It looks kind of blue from this angle, but so does the top of the backpack. I think it's just the wheels look blue too. Part of the road looks blue. I think it's just the lighting, but it looks like a beanie to me.
States Exhibit 34
Another still shot. Of the same.
and States Exhibit 35?
And that's the last image we have of the individual passing. 207 Saratoga.
Look,
35.
go back.
Another still.
States Exhibit 33. Canebrake.
Yes, sir. Same.
States Exhibit 32.
Another still.
Is that what you mean, Miss King? It still just, to me, it just looks like a beanie. Miss King says she thinks it looks like a helmet.
$34. 5.
207 Saratoga.
Tony said this gives her the heebie-jeebies.
So in establishing everything that we've talked about now, did you create sort of a timeline
Yes, sir.
of events of what happened on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you, and I'll help you the best I can.
Right.
You've seen me moving a lot around here and holding up a lot of exhibits, so we need to refer back to when we can.
Right.
But I'd just like to ask you to give this jury a timeline of events of that morning.
All right, so based on the neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. As we talked
Yeah.
about earlier,
I agree with that, Miss King. I don't think it was the hood part of his jacket either.
we have the subject walking into the front door at 9:15. We were able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back and seeing from 116 Canebrake. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter, you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27, he passes 133. At 9:28, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 9:12 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07. And then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 9:28.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
No, you got his
So what
time's a little
time-
twisted. He got his time a little twisted, because now, remember, she didn't arrive at 9:07. She arrived at 9:12. I think he might have 9:07 stuck in his head because that's what the prosecutor kept. He said, "Are you sure it wasn't 9:07?" Remember?
Do you remember what time she saw about?
What happened? Why does it say it's unavailable? Oh no, what happened? Oh no, 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 no. No. Looks like we missed like the last 7 minutes of it. Ugh! What in the world? Hold on, hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. Well, they gotta go and tear stuff up. Yeah, it says this video is private. Video unavailable. Let me go. Hold on. Make me go on a hunt for it, y'all. Well, what in the world? I'm gonna have to go to Twitter because it's not on Court TV either. Hold on a minute. Let me run to Twitter. Lord, Lord. I'm seeing no updates. On Twitter either. What in the world? Let me see if I can... Hold on. I'm not seeing any tweets. Y'all. Well, you figure, Donnie, he walks in the door at 9:15. She's been home 3 minutes by the time he walks in the door at 9:15 a.m. And then he's caught leaving the neighborhood at like 9:27. That's literally like less than 15 minutes. So there was no lollygagging, you know? I mean, literally, well, but you think about it, Miss King, if you think, like, let's just say Koberger, for instance. Now, we don't know how many times those kids were stabbed, right? But there were 4 of them. And he, or whoever, if it wasn't Brian Koberger, allegedly, then whoever it was, did that in like 20 minutes. So, I wouldn't think that it would be undoable. I don't think it would be impossible to do it, especially if he's like in that frame of mind. And, you know, adrenaline and all that. And then get the heck out of Dodge. Because he was booking, or whoever was on that bike, I keep saying he, whoever was on that bike was booking it. They were getting it. you know? All right, now I'm going to have to find out what's going on with the stream. I want to catch the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long it was. Oh, nope, that's not it. That was the pre-trial motions. What in the world? Hold on. La 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 la. Wonder if Trial TV Live wonder if Trial TV Live caught the last little bit. Because it looks like, hold on. Present, share, screen. Hey, Trial TV Live. Hello, friends. I'm just wondering if they've got the same problem. Hold on, let me...
We never know if Austin's going to testify.
I don't know what he's talking about. Hold on just a second, baby.
Trial TV Live says the temperature on that day was 75 for a high around noon and went down to 65 degrees at 9. It was not cold. I'll agree with that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was cold. Widespread Panic says, an article I read said her body was posed after the deletion too. Well, they said she was definitely dragged. She was dragged to wherever her resting spot was, she was dragged. He'd be like Linda Blair spinning his head around. It's because his backpack is clearly on his back. Do the morning session of Monica. Because we never know if Austin's going to testify. Yep, got that. Figured it's that. Cat 8 Canary, 9:15, passing camera at 9:27. Figured 3:33 is the first time they saw the bike. During the cross, they said at 9:27 from...
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know if maybe they ended for the day and Law and Crime was like, we need to take this down to do, you know, maybe they needed to edit or delete something out or, you know, and then they'll put it back up. I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. Do 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 do. With the delay, maybe an edit. Maybe.
The house at 1:33, that's actually got in. He said the front door, he knocked at the front door, nobody answered. Presumably it was locked because he...
Don't look like they've got to the part yet. I don't know. I hope so, Donnie. I mean, they're not supposed to use the name, and the prosecutor like blabbed it out over 2 seconds. I was like, oh my God, quit saying her name. Maniac. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me look over here at Gigi's real quick. Dun, 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 dun.
You looked at that picture and you said,
Hold on. Let me mute myself for just a second and see if I can find something real quick. Hold on. Be right back, guys. Thank you for waiting on me. Okay, I found Pretty Lies and Alibis stream. It looks like she's been streaming it. Hold on, let me... Absolutely, Donnie. No way, ma'am. I ain't doing it. It's a big fat nope from me. Hold on. Okay. Let me click there. Now, let me hit the play button and we should be able to catch the last few minutes.
On the neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. As we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking into the front door at 9:15. We were able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 1:16 Cambridge. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter, you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27, he passes 133. At 9:28, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 9:12 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07, and then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 9:28.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, about approximately what time she saw a bicycle?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning that she had saw a gentleman on a bicycle going from South Batesville toward 122 Cambridge.
I got one last exhibit, State's Exhibit 103. What is that?
That is 207 Saratoga, where the gentleman on bicycle is going from left to right.
State moves 103 to the evidence, Your Honor.
No objection. Objection.
So finally, were y'all sharing all this information as this investigation was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you shared it with
Detective Sparkman?
Yes, sir. As soon as I obtained it, that was sent to my county computer and then transferred directly over to his county computer via the Q drive. So he has immediate access to it.
I'll just ask you to answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Just real briefly, so what was the very first photograph or video that you have of a bicycle?
The first bicycle that we had was from 133 at 9:27 a.m.
927. So you don't have any video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw somebody?
No, we didn't see the bicycle at 9:15.
I'm sorry, see, or before 9:15?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you canvass the neighborhood? Well, during your canvass of the neighborhood, did you look for time frames before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m., there was nothing of relevance at that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
No redirect, John.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we approach?
Again, I just want to remind you that you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of the trial. You should not do any research or anything or talk with anyone involved or research anyone involved in the case. You're not to look at any social media. And I feel like I thoroughly advised you all of this. I have no question that you are abiding by my instructions and also your oath as jurors. Again, I want to just tell you how much and how grateful I am on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I'm going to see y'all back at 9:30 in the morning, okay? Y'all have a good evening. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see y'all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed
Good, Your Honor.
in the morning.
All right. That's it. We didn't really miss anything. Wow. Today's been a I mean, I'm just going to say, okay, if we're looking, I'm just going to say if we're looking at the three men, the mellow dude was not even in the country. The Post guy, I don't believe that was him on the bicycle. The Zachary Hughes guy, I mean, no, I can't positively identify him, but, you know, of course, when we wait till we see what other testimony they have and provide the evidence that proves his DNA was under her fingernails and whatever else they have, forensic phone, whatever they got from his phone once they finally cracked it open. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. I think then I'll be able to, I don't know. The whole reasonable doubt thing, the whole probability of it being him is walks like a duck. talks like a duck. It's probably a duck. Miss King says we'll know for tomorrow. We will know for tomorrow. They take it down right away, right? Cynthia says, thanks so much, Jenny and friends. It's been fun. It has been a fun day. It's been fun chitter-chatting with y'all. It's been real nice. I've enjoyed it. Quack, quack. Right? Quack, quack. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me all day today. It has been a pretty good trial day. Things have seemed to have gone rather easy. They don't have massive amounts of sidebars. They're usually, when the judge gives a time, they're usually on time. The audio hasn't been horrible. So, but anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. He told the jury to be back at, did he say 9:30? So that means the trial will probably start at about, if they're on a 30-minute delay, then probably about 10 a.m. Eastern. So I'm assuming anyway. If he told them to be back at 9:30, the jury. Is that what time he said Miss King was 9:30? Pretty sure he said 9:30. I'd say the lawyers will probably be there about 8:30, 9 o'clock. But, yeah. Okay, so if you told them to be there at 9:30, that's probably what time they'll start. 30-minute delay they're talking about would be 10, so I'll plan on starting at around 10-ish. Okay. I was on time this morning, y'all. Oh, 8:30 for you, Cynthia? Are you on Central Time, ma'am? Yeah. All right. You guys have a great rest of your night. And make sure, hold on, let me grab it again. Let me go grab her link. Hold on just a second. Let me go grab it real quick. Hold on just a minute. Oh, wait, it's in my description box. Don't answer the door alone. Ugh. Right? Here, I'm going to give you guys a playlist link from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. And then you can, here we go now.
Good morning, true crime friends. How y'all doing? Y'all, we have a new case.
She cracks me up. Copy. Hey, Kayleen. Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Rose Petal Murder Playlist. And she's like, she gives the breakdown. You know what I'm saying? Like, she takes long form content and gives it to you in a very nice, tidy, energetic, down and dirty form, right? So, go check out her playlist. Make sure that you, start. Sometimes, you know, a playlist, you have to start from the bottom and work your way up. Because they go in order, you know. So, you might want to do that. But check her out. She's got some good videos. And They're nice bite-sized chunks. And she's infectious. I love her. Yeah, Kayleen, how are you feeling, hun? Hopefully you're feeling better and better and better as the days go on. Could you guys hear that car in the background? Good Lord, it sounded like it was drag racing. We'll see how Kayleen's feeling. How you feeling, Kayleen? Ma'am? I cut my nails down so they're not as long as they were. I can't handle them when they're super long. Not right now, anyway. Kayleen's not going to answer me. Is this thing still on? Hello? Anybody out there? Hello, 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 hello. Everybody's being so quiet. Everybody was so quiet. Da, 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 da. I think I'm singing to myself. I'm talking to myself. Kayleen just dropped hearts and then ran. Okay, Donnie says hi. Sherry says hi. Okay. I was just checking to make sure you guys could hear me. Can you hear me now? Oh, Morgana's fixing supper. I'm getting ready to go have some supper. So there's that. All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Kayleen, if you hear this in a moment, I hope you're feeling well and better as the days go on, ma'am. Okay. All right. I will see you guys back tomorrow morning for day number 2. Oh my God, it's going to be crazy. I just know it. It's going to be crazy. All right. You guys have a fantastic night. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Click that notification bell so you don't miss out. And put a hashtag replay in the comments down below if you're watching on the replay. Okay? Okay. Love you guys. Mean it. Bye.